your Johnson that long? They call you Johnson.
This is for the commentary. No, you must still be in the shade, obviously. Yeah? You're right there.
Yeah.
Right, good morning, avid cricket viewers. Those that have tuned in, welcome. Welcome to the Sinoville Cricket Club. We have a bit of a scorcher here today. I think it's going to warm up, top temperature, roughly 40 odd degrees. We are currently in we're in the fourth over here. Zimbabwe obviously batting. Douglas lost the toss, which is not an uncommon theme in this tournament for us. And we are currently sitting at 17 for 1. Arthur Harley and Bertus Erasmus at the crease. Arthur Harley hitting 2 sublime fours through covers in the previous over. Currently facing some very nice away swing. Ball right up in the block hole and moving nicely. As it sits today, Zimbabwe have lost 1 and won 1, losing to the SA side on Monday with a humbling defeat with a mere 230 runs, and then yesterday beating the SA Invitational side by 80. So got a bit of momentum on the Zim side at the moment, and are hoping to carry on with it and give Namibia a good game here today. What a great delivery. Bertie leaving it, good carry through to the keeper. Namibia, on the other hand, beat South Africa A, or Invitational, on day one with a good victory here at Sino Park, or Sino Cricket Ground, and then they got soundly beaten by the SA side yesterday. So as it stands, all to play for both countries, hoping to make the final on Friday. Another fine delivery, swinging back into the pads, Bertie guiding it to mid-wicket. Hendrik Geldenhuys bowling a very nice line, and as I said before, getting some nice in-swing, left arm bowler. Great shot, nice glance from Bertie. Fielder does well on the boundary with a bit of soccer moves, keeps it out, keeps the boundary away. Bertie runs 2. So we're here today, Sino Cricket Club, very big boundaries, and I think the heat will definitely play a part. Players need to hydrate, and with these 40 plus weary bodies on the third day of cricket, I think we'll see some tired bodies out there today from both teams. Not used to playing 3 days consecutively on the trot, and obviously the bodies are carrying a fair few niggles, etc. Arthur Harley facing now Mr. Rian de Wit, bowling a nice tight line outside off to Arthur, and they've moved their mid-off back after the last over, where Arthur crashed 2 fours straight through the cover region. Quite a slower deck than what we've been playing on at Irene Country Club, so Arthur having to adjust his technique today and be a bit more patient, wait for the ball to come on. Again, Mr. Rian de Wit, another left arm bowler. Nice line outside off. Arch just punched it to covers. Adjusting the field positions now. Dropped a sweeper and a mid-off. Bringing a man in from fine leg, as you only allowed 3 out. Got a deep third man, a sweeper, and a mid-off. So clear indication he'll be targeting the offside and trying to set up Arch Harley. Arch up to the task, I'm sure. Oh, short outside off. Arch cracked it straight to point. Unfortunately, the fielder put it down, and they ran a single. I think that was just evidence of how slow the wicket is. You get through your shot quicker than you think, and you pop it up to a fielder. So I think patience is the key on a deck like this today. Wait for the ball to come on, and place it well. No real pace in the wicket either, and Pete de Wit trundling in with no real pace. Patience is key. It's a great line. Bertie whipped it off middle and leg and cracked it through mid-wicket for a 4. Great shot. Bertie looking in good touch. Had a good knock yesterday. Decent aggressive batsman. Plays with intent, and it can be seen in that shot. So Zim going steadily here at 25 for 1 now after 5. So going at an easy 5 and over. Hopefully maintain this sort of run rate. Anything between 5 and 6 and over for the first 15 is a good solid base to work from, as long as they keep their wickets in hand. Outfield generally quite quick, but like I say, it's quite a big field, so there'll be a lot of singles, 2s in the mix. Bertie punches it down to mid-on for the single. Two balls to come, arch facing.
That's it, Archie.
Arthur crunches one off the back foot to the sweeper. Good batting here. The boundary and rotating the strike nicely in the over. Comfortable running between the wickets.
Where was the boundary course?
One ball to come.
Bertie. You missed that.
Oh.
Nice, Bertie.
Good ball.
Nice little two.
In swinger, cutting back, and Bertie just tipped it onto the leg side and ran a single. Good over for Zim there. 28 for 1 after 6.
Let's chat.
I've been joined now by one of Zimbabwe's batsmen, Mr. Steve Trenchard.
No, wicketkeeper. He doesn't get runs. You can't call him a batsman, can you?
Yeah, Mr. Trenchard can't afford to buy a run at the moment, but has done a solid job behind the stumps. And we are all waiting for him to fire, and I think today might just be the day. Mr. Trenchard, how are you feeling today?
No, good, Corks. Thanks. It's rather hot, eh?
It's going to be a stinker, as we've discussed. But more importantly, how's the body holding up? We've played, this will be the third day in a row now, 45 over cricket, which we're not used to. How's the body holding up?
First day was good. Yesterday was good. This morning I woke up and when you can't put your pants on, you have to lower them and lower your foot and try to pull them up. But
oh, what a delivery! Beating the outside edge, flying through to the keeper. Keeper and bowler up for an appeal. Umpire not interested. Sorry, Trenchy. So you need a bit of WD-40 in the joints?
100%. But these physios have been great, eh? We've
Tell you
had 5 or 6 physios rotating, looking after all teams, and such good people.
Absolutely. Nothing but the best. And, geez, the Zimbos have a quite a routine at the moment in the mornings. Wake up early, have a quick snack, and then straight to physio, and the queues are out the door. Those physios don't know what hit them. But I think they have kept us going, eh? As you can see, I think there are a few weary bodies out there for both Namibia and Zim, actually. See a fair few of the Namibians also in the physio rooms this morning, all getting taped up, rubbed down, having the odd Voltaren jab, all necessary at this stage. Another great delivery outside off. Bertie thinking about it, pulling away and letting it carry on through to the keeper. Good carry on a slow deck, eh?
It's very nice. While looking at it this morning, Corks, you were there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of turn, there's a lot of carry.
Yep, a fair bit of grass on this wicket. By all accounts from the SA team and all the other teams that have played here previously, they said it was quite slow, but still quite a true wicket.
I certainly don't think this is
It's a great shot. Oh, good fielding, avoiding the boundary. Bertie comes back for the second. Bertie currently loving it on the pads and just flicking it away. In swing to him. Very comfortable.
I think his openers are doing a good job setting up the platform like they did yesterday. Well, not the openers, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, Trenchy, you're watching a different game, my boy. We've already lost a wicket here, unfortunately. Poor Malcolm Faddy. Not having the greatest time.
No, he can't buy a run as well.
No, hopefully you don't have exacerbatory disease like him, and today you prove us wrong. Oh, what a great nut. Shaped him up and then cut. Bertie, play and miss. I think Bertie's got to dig deep here, eh? I know he plays with intent, but he's been tucked up this over.
I think he's done really well. I mean, he started off with some intent. They spread the field a bit. And now he's slowly getting into it. Rotating the strike is what we need. I mean,
absolutely. We're going at 5 and over.
5 and over. Great.
No need to risk it. Yeah.
Let's see these guys off. I mean, we've seen with Not with South Africa, we didn't last that long, but certainly with South Africa A, as soon as we got through the new ball
Yes,
and we got through the first three or four bowlers, then, things settled down and we could rotate and move.
absolutely.
So,
Zim currently 31 for 1 after 7. So yeah, I think we're in the run rate, and yeah, as you've just discussed there, I mean, you can see the first 2-3 bowlers off, take a bit of the shine off the Duke. These Dukes hold up beautifully.
lovely ball.
They're
Really
nice for
great
both
ball.
teams. They come off the bat nicely, and the bowler can shape it. Looks like we've got a change of bowler from this end. Mr. Rion's been taken off. Looks like a spinner. No, another left arm bowler. These Namibians are full of left arm seamers, eh? I think Namibia have had a pretty similar prep to Zimbabwe, and I think we have very similar backgrounds. We all self-finance this tour, trying to get people who are able to take the time off and can afford to come down. I think it's been tough for both sides to put players together, but credit to the Namibians for following through and actually getting 13 on the tour.
For sure. And being good people, good humor.
Absolutely.
Come here, just want to enjoy. Yes, they want the competitive cricket, but they've come to enjoy. The same as us, I suppose.
Yeah.
Come and see what's in store for next year's World Cup.
Absolutely. You want to come play good, solid cricket and in good humor.
Yes.
And I think there's going to be a lot of camaraderie on and off the field, which we've already seen to date. Nice to have a few beers with the gents afterwards. Oh, yes. Fines are still a very important part of this game at this age group.
And can I just say, thank goodness Malik is not here. If
Yeah.
he is listening.
I think Malik Brown probably sitting in his office pretending to work. Meanwhile, he's watched 3 days of cricket in a row. And Salim,
very good coach, I must say.
Yeah, you would be in your element with the fines, as we well know. But no, we've had some very good camaraderie on and off the field to date. Each game had a bit of a fine session, some good humor, getting to know new people. It's been a very good tournament, and I think it gives us a bit of insight as to what to expect for the World Cup in February, which in the scheme of things isn't that far away. Both sides carrying a few injuries. Unfortunately, one of the Namibians yesterday, running between the wickets, tore his tendons and dislocated his knee and had to go to hospital and get rushed straight into surgery. It was that bad. Zimbabwe with a broken hand and a few pulled muscles, or sore muscles to say the least. Oh, it's a great shot.
Great shot, Bertie.
Bertie attacking.
It's weighted nicely for that.
Absolutely. As we were discussing, slow off the deck, Bertie waited well and crunched it through extra cover for 4. Straight up the middle of the bat. Lovely shot. The new bowler is Mr. Peter. How are you, boss? Bowling gentle left armers, and Bertie took full enjoyment from that shot. But short, Bertie drags it down to the leg side. They take a quick single. Well run. Good fielding.
Not a great shot, but it works.
And Trenchy, what are you going to take away from the tournament so far?
I think a good rest over December period.
Yeah.
But beginning of Jan, a lot of training that needs to. We need to do a lot of different training: the flexibility, agility.
Absolutely.
That kind of functional training. Certainly, that's what I'm going to pick up. And the fitness. I mean, standing. It doesn't sound hard, but standing in a field for 45 overs.
Oh no, it takes it out of you.
I mean, we're used to sitting at desk now,
Yeah,
so
we are.
It's getting used to it again. Game time is obviously the best thing for it. Hopefully, we can organize a couple of games back home.
Yep. No, for sure.
Used to it.
Nice ball on a length there. Arch just punches it back to the bowler. Yeah, I think it's given us good insight as to how hard it is actually to stand in a field for 3 days. And given the weather, I know we'll have very different weather in Cape Town, but it's been tough out here. Yesterday was overcast, so cooler conditions to play in. Short and outside off, Arch cracks it to mid-wicket. But I think the guys came off yesterday a bit more muggier, and you could see you were feeling the heat out there regardless of it being overcast. Today, an absolute belter. So yeah, hopefully the guys hydrate properly and keep stretched.
The good thing is we have the day off tomorrow, eh, Corks?
Yep, absolutely. I think that's that's a necessity, to be honest, with 3 days on the trot. And then Friday, we will have the finals and third and fourth playoff. Third and fourth playoff will be here at the SCC, and then the finals at Irene Country Club. And I must say, the facilities at Irene and the people there have been absolutely fantastic to all of us. Made us feel at home.
I think the whole organizing of this event has been superb.
Absolutely brilliant. From the guys who provide pitch vision and the scorers, they've been very accommodating.
Even down to our transport. Not once have we had to wait.
No.
The guys are there, friendly, helping you out.
No, it's been a well-run, well-oiled machine.
How was that? Oh, good man, good man. Sorry, if you're Namibian, sorry.
Very good ball. Just outside off, I would imagine. Cutting back, got Arch onto the front foot. Couldn't have been too far from hitting the stumps.
Well, if the listeners can
loud
tell us.
appeal.
Well, we can't see a replay. Maybe the listeners can tell us what it was doing.
Loud appeal, but umpire kept his finger down. Arch lives another day. Old Hendricks bowling a very good line here. And again, trying to drag Arch into the off cover drive. Arch leaves it this time, but gentle swing and nice carry through to the keeper. Gentle away swing. Zim currently 37 for 1 off 8.2 overs.
What do you think their plan is here, Cox? What do you think their plan is? How many overs do you think the opener he's going to carry on from that side?
I think he's loving.
Now 4. How many overs has he bowled? He's into his 5th.
He's into his 5th over here, and no, into his 4th over. Sorry. But I think he's loving bowling to Arch, being a lefty and shaping it away from him. I think he's going to keep that line tight outside off and try and drag Arch exactly like that into force him to throw his hands at it.
Yeah.
And they've set it up nicely with quite a wide, well, almost a second slip and a 4th slip.
I suppose you're going to bowl him as long as you can here, maybe all the way through with the swing. Is he going to come back and swing it as much as I don't think so.
Old Henrik, I tell you what, he is one of the Namibians I've seen in the physio room every day. So he's also feeling it. So I think while he's a bit warm and he's got a bit of rhythm, they're going to keep him going.
Very true.
I think you will seize up if he goes off.
There's a lot more thinking, strategy that has to go into this over-40 stuff.
Cheapers. Back in the day, we don't have to think about it. You trundle in for 10 overs, you walk off, you have a beer. Nowadays, you got to manage your fitness, manage your body. It's a very different ball game, Trenchy. But it's good to see this Masters cricket alive and well. It seems to be massive down here. Obviously, chatting to the SA guys, they've got Interprovs.
They've got Interclub.
Interclub.
These guys at Irene have 4 Masters sides, and they play every week in the cricket season. It's over 40s, over 50s side, and they have a league and they play every week.
And I think if I'm correct, they play on a Wednesday and a Sunday.
Yes,
they've got 2 different formats, but the same guys, and they get a lot of cricket in there, and it shows with the strength of their side. The SA side is very strong. Some good opening bowlers, good opening bats. I think they're strong in the batting department, all the way down to 8 at least. And I don't think we even saw most of their bowlers, to be honest.
We saw 4 bowlers.
Yeah.
And the same here yesterday. The spinners haven't had a trundle yet.
Correct.
All going well.
Yeah, but I think, even though us as Zimbabweans, and speaking of Zimbabweans, we have a former Zimbabwean playing for Namibia, coming on to bowl now. Mr. Norbert, very well known and a very friendly, smiley face that most of the cricketing fraternity back home in Zim will be well aware of, and I think he's been in Namibia, from what I gather, for the last 20 years. Got a successful cricket academy there now. Very likable character, and we know he can bowl a decent ball. So currently bowling to Arch Harley. Arch looking good at the moment. Arch going 14 runs of 20 balls, and Bertie 19 of 25. Norbert off a very short run up, but straight.
Nice little shape in there to
Yeah,
Archie.
little in swinger, hitting his length first ball.
Oh, just as a bowler. Oh, going a bit wider there.
Yeah.
I think Archie's going to start targeting him, to be honest.
I think they've set the field for Arch, but there's still a lot of
Done
gaps,
really well.
big field, and I think, Arch has the luxury of exactly that.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a great shot.
But just behind square.
Well timed.
Beautiful. Great shot,
Lots of
Archie!
shot. And as we know, talking of niggles and stuff, Arch actually has a sore wrist at the moment, and it's his left wrist, and you'll see as and when he hits a shot, that hand will at least come off the bat, and he'll wince a bit. But being a trooper, he's going to carry on.
Well, he is from Falcon, hey?
Absolutely. What is pain?
No.
Oh.
Well left, Archie.
Norbert throwing one up there outside the off, trying to entice Arch into a cover drive. Arch pulling out of the shot at the last minute. Tucking Arch up a bit, but that one didn't quite get up there, Trenchy. Quite a low and slow one, that one.
It is.
And I think that's what's going to be the theme on this pitch throughout the day. I think it's only going to get a little bit slower. So a good toss to actually lose for once.
I think so, hey.
And we're into the 10th over, 42 for 1. Sorry, Trenchy.
I think it is a good toss, a really good toss to lose. They're obviously a bit nervous. But now, I mean, with this platform, it's given us a great platform to go from, and to slowly increase the run rate.
Yeah, we've got some firepower to come, exactly. And I think this was part of the game plan today.
We saw Mark Nicol yesterday.
Yeah,
I mean,
what an ingenious move, eh? Yeah. Move him up the order, give him a license to go and just play his natural game, which is an aggressive one, and
and that really changed the momentum of the game.
Absolutely.
Or our innings.
Well, chatting to the SAA guys afterwards, they said that those 2 sixes that he hit early on in his innings, their heads started to drop, and I think it took it away from them. So an ingenious move and a good knock from Mark Nicol yesterday. Now we have another change of bowler here. We've got Mr. Nicholas Bice. If I'm not correct, I do believe he is the captain. Saw him yesterday, and yeah, very nice guy. I'm not sure what he bowls. I'm sure we'll soon find out. But yeah, Bertie and Arch going on very well here. The Namibians looking for a wicket. They've got their 3 out, I see.
Who's this?
Nicholas Bice.
Oh,
lobbed one up. A bit of a way swing there to Bertie, but Bertie catching on the full and just hitting it down to deep mid-off.
Let's just explain. I know pitch vision is only the pitch. So we've got, for Arch, we've got keeper, we've got short third pointers in, you've got a sweeper, cover, long off, long on, and the leg side, you've got a short fine, square leg, and mid wicket, and then mid on his back.
Yeah, so judging from that ball, he's going to be swinging it into Arch, so Arch will be looking to tack the leg side, if it's on the stumps at least. That one was Arch just dropping it down to a short mid wicket there, no run.
I think he's just got to be careful here if he does go for it, because it's sticking. He has to hit it.
You've got to time it properly if you are. There we go. There's that swing we're talking about.
Well done, Archie.
Guides it beautifully through mid wicket there. It's exactly what we're talking about, and I think if he keeps floating it up to Arch like that, the runs will keep flowing.
Okay, well, they're changing the field now. Corks, they're bringing sweeper on the offside up, and then obviously going to So, but if you look, as you're looking down the pitch, mid wicket is very, very square.
Absolutely.
Mid on is very straight. So there's a huge gap there for Arch just to, push it through twos. There's a big
for sure.
boundary down there.
And
Singles.
I think the ones and twos are actually going to win the game today. Big boundary, lots of space, or bit of confusion out there. Yes, no. Good fielding, good backing up.
Cox, you say that the singles. You watched the first game we played, that South Africa proper side.
Yes.
They rotated.
Oh yeah.
They were going at 6 and over, just rotating.
No risk.
No risk. And
It's
I
a
think
good ball. In swinging onto middle stump, Arch guides it back down to mid on. Yeah, absolutely. And it was encouraging to watch because I think we have the batsmen to do that as well, Trenchy. It's just a matter of executing it on the day against any attack, really. If you can find the boundary, make sure you execute that bad ball, and then find your ones throughout. You are sitting on 6, 7 and over without any risk.
100%.
And I think today that's going to be key for both sides. I think we got Bertie making a meal of that. Not sure what quite happened because he's got a big keeper who is shielding us. But the ball rolled back, Bertie trying to stop it, and I think it stopped on the stumps without removing the bail. Bertie, a bit of a lifeline there. A few laughs as well because it was quite comical. As was everything with Bertie. What a character. But Zim going on nicely up 48 for 1 after 11. So, yeah, good platform. This is exactly what we're looking for. I think you'll find if there's another 2 or 3 overs like this, or we get to the drinks break, which is at 15 overs, I think Doug may shuffle the batting order.
Yeah. Well, the thing with what we've seen in the last, well, certainly yesterday, you actually don't know what Marilia's going to do.
No.
You look at him in the field, and he's moving this, moving that, doing thing, getting into the batsman's head. Superb job.
And
just mix it up a bit.
Absolutely. And truth be told, I think that's part of the Zimbabwean game plan. Douglas did go to to Eaglesville. Sorry, my bad. That's a good 3 there from the boys. Good running. And I think his mantra is if he doesn't know what he's doing, how is anyone else supposed to know? And I think it's seriously foxing the other teams at the moment. So I think we'll stick to our guns and keep going at it. Right, Norbert to Bertie. Bertie looking very comfortable with this pace.
And I think field it's quite a different field.
Absolutely. Look, I think they're trying to squeeze the ones now. And I think you'll see Bertie, if it's on that outside offline, him try and tack over the covers field here.
They've got a square legs up. They've got a cow and mid-on's back.
Square leg and short fine leg. So they've set him up for that. I think they know Bertie likes to swing the willow. I do believe the keeper and Bert. There we go. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Speed going.
Exactly what I was talking about. So I think the keeper knows Bertie well because they play club cricket together. So there is an affiliation. They know each other and know where Bertie is strong. An appeal from Norbert, but definitely going down leg. Bertie walking away. I think he's going to have a word with himself. Keep his head. Try and stick it out till drinks. Oh, that's a good nut. Bowl a little bit of a heavy ball now and then. He forces one through, comes through a bit quicker. Norbert, a crafty little bowler here. Definitely mixing up his pace nicely. That was good over there for the Namibians. Zimbabwe 51 for 1 after 12. So, Trenchy, what are you going to change today, my boy, when you head out there? You haven't had no luck yesterday. The day before, didn't quite get off the mark. Today we're expecting big things, but what are you telling yourself mentally? How are you preparing for this innings?
I had a lot of coaching from the Rodox boys. Yesterday, so
excuse my language, but you are effed. Please do not take any of that on board.
So none of it will be taken on board.
Thank you.
Especially with Ross Monroe.
Oh no, please throw that all out.
No, but he's a good coach, eh?
Oh.
Anyway, just go out and bat, Cooks. It's yes, the first game we played all round. We have
line and length.
Yeah, we have that. yesterday, but unlucky, but just going bat.
Absolutely.
It's just go and enjoy.
Trenchy, I think we all know, especially the Zim cricketing fraternity, know you, and I think you just need to go out there and play your game.
Sure.
And I think the spectators at home will
And keep the
be stuck
bees
to their
at bay,
screens. Yeah, let's not let that little cockroach fall off its perch too many times, please.
It's going
that's a
down,
good
man.
night. Big appeal from the Namibians.
Oops, I'm gonna go get a water.
Trenchy, thanks for your assistance in the box here.
I'm gonna send someone. Who would you like to talk to, Cook? How's about Mark Nicol?
Yeah, let's send a bit of a Mr. Nicol across here. Arch guiding one between point and deep gully there, and they run a comfortable 2 runs. So Zim going on comfortably here. We have another 2.5 overs until drinks. And if Zim can maintain this current situation with only 1 down, and if taking a few runs, I think we've set a nice little platform. Arch taking a quick single, misfield by the bowler, and capitalizing for the single. And I'd like to introduce you to our primo quick and cricket aficionado and full of knowledge, none other, Mr. Mark Nicol. Welcome, Mark.
Mangwanani, gents. How's it going?
And ladies.
Oh, and ladies and gents, yes.
Come now.
Yes, yes.
So, Mark, I think everyone out there wants to know how the good old chassis is holding up. That's a great shot from Bertie. Good fielding as well. Just the single. Mark, how is the chassis holding up? You've had 2 big days in the field.
Yes.
Going on to your 3rd.
Yeah.
How are we holding up?
Well, I think stuck together with elastoplast at this stage. I have an interesting knee, an interesting ankle, an interesting shoulder on the right side.
I would like to say that if there's anyone who has hogged the physio on this tour, and if anyone knows any cricket player any better than anyone else, it's the physios and Mark Nicol. They have a personal relationship at this stage, and they know his ankle, his knee, and his shoulder in and out.
Yeah.
So what is the update? Is everything being held together by tape, or is it a bit worse than you fear?
No, there's a bit of a swollen right knee, but that's because it's carrying a hefty few extra kgs, which we need to lose before a World Cup.
Well, that's what happens when you eat 15 kgs of steak in one sitting, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't manage my meals so well yesterday. I had a
Jeez.
banana for breakfast and then nothing until dinner, and had to go through a Vorse roll and then into a couple of steaks just to ease off the evening.
So apparently an international cricket player's diet, at dinner anyway, according to Mark Nicol, is just a burry roll for a starter, ease into a tomahawk steak with all the trimmings, and then follow up with a 400-gram rump steak with all the trimmings.
Yeah, that was a good dessert. Jalapeno sauce, Barons and Irene Village.
Yeah.
Good space to eat a meal.
That's been our 2nd home on this tour. Oh, Norbert on a length there, cutting it away from Arch, enticing him into a drive.
No,
But Arch not falling for the bait.
I heard something very interesting about Norbert from some of the guys that know him. He's obviously got a background from Zim.
Yep. Now we've discussed Norbert already.
We have, eh?
Yeah.
And apparently an interesting index finger situation.
Yep.
Okay, been there, done that. I wasn't listening earlier, unfortunately.
No, we didn't discuss the index, but
Okay.
yeah, we just gave a bit of a background for good old Norbert, being from Zim.
Yeah.
Good line and length there. A yes, no, or misfield, and they run through for the single. But what can you tell us about him, Mark?
Apparently his index finger on his bowling hand, he's lost the last 2 knuckles. So he holds the ball with his middle finger as the predominantly sort of the finger that gives the guidance. So some very interesting ability to move the ball one way or the other depending on how he chooses to position the finger. So see if you can see that in any of his balls today.
Yeah.
Keeper clearly battling to pick him as well, because that's
Absolutely.
just going for some buys with a little slash outside off stump from Bertie.
Now Norbert tying this end down for sure. Crafty little bowler.
Yeah.
Coming off a very short run up. Not unlike yourself actually, but not bowling it as quick. Varying his pace up nicely.
Trying to get to his eye there. Do you see the finger there?
Quick off cutter there. Good
Very
run from
interesting. Well done,
Bertie.
So something that I love about Bertie's is intensity. Eh?
Absolutely.
Like it's all about intensity. He's going to be looking for the second run, even if he drops it to the keeper.
Yep. And
He's
if there's a bad ball, a bit of width, he's
all
ready
over
to
it
smash it.
like a rash.
No, he's having a good old tournament so far, Bertie. As is Arch. Arch holding up an end and rotating the strike nicely, putting the bad ball away.
Man of the match from yesterday, Arch.
Yeah, Arch Holly coming fresh off a man of the match. Bowled supremely well, tied his end down very well, and other people on the other end capitalized with a few wickets.
Yeah, ball.
Good game plan and good execution.
So, Corks, have you sort of assessed this pitch? Where are you thinking a good target or total would be to set?
So I believe, due to the field, just chatting to the guys that have played here in the previous days, oh, that's a great nut. Squared up Bertie nicely. Good carry through to the keeper. And I would say cheapers, anything around 180 on this, I think is a good defendable total. The field is quicker than I thought, but it is a big boundary nonetheless. And yeah, oh, what a great nut again.
Two in a row, hey? Finding a nice line. I think they should take a quick single there.
Yeah, I think Bertie's just got to hang in there now, not doing anything foolish.
Yeah.
We haven't got long till drinks. We've got 4 balls left, so I think it's just a matter of him just sticking the rest of this over out now.
So, Corks, have you taken the listeners through the rules? You know, first 15 overs, 3 people out the circle.
No, I haven't.
Next 15, 4 out.
Please do it.
And the last 15, 5 out the circle. So it's quite easy. You know, even guys like Marilia can count to 3, 4, and 5. And in counting that high, they put the men on the boundary when they
Absolutely.
need it. Yeah.
No, it does give the bowling side a chance with that many fielders out the circle.
Other thing that's very interesting in this tournament is we're using, some would call it pink, others orange. I'm colorblind. I'll leave you guys to
It's
decide.
pink ball.
Pink ball, but it's a Duke.
Very nice balls.
Absolutely amazing. The seam is like a seamer's dream. So at some stage I might grow up and try and bowl some seam, and
Well, we're expecting big things of you today, Mark. So
putting a leg up today just to keep the inflammation down.
if only you could see Mark without his longs on now.
You need your sunglasses to keep the
absolutely.
white.
But a lot of tape there. A lot.
Yeah.
I think when they see Mark coming, they put an extra crate of tape into the cars for that morning session.
It's not only the tape, because there's quite an interesting medic who's been in and around the change rooms as well.
Oh, yes.
Hell of an interesting chap. He's married to a Thai lady. Doesn't seem to have passed on much of his genes to his children. And
as we said, Mark knows these people all intimately.
yeah.
And that is drinks.
Hey,
Zimbabwe getting through to the drinks break, 62 for 1.
Fantastic.
We will resume commentary after the drinks break.
Does that mean you need a drink?
Goodbye, good people. And we are back. Mark just had another tomahawk steak and another 400-gram bloody rump. Can you handle? You getting the meat sweats yet there, Mark?
Yeah, that's coming, but with this breeze, there'll be a thing of relief, thank goodness.
I just hope it doesn't go to the eyelids and you fall asleep before we have to go onto the field.
No, that's true, but if I did, I think we've got a good couple of hours. Good 30 overs left in this innings.
Sleep it off.
Yeah.
Right, Zim got a good platform to work off here. We are reliably informed that Mr. Bertus Erasmus is looking to maybe starting attack a bit more. Arch looking comfortable, albeit with that nursing that injury on his wrist. Seeing his left arm detach after the shot more and more as his inning progresses. A little bit in the air, but safely down to mid-off there. Bowling decent line and length though, the Namibians. Definitely not giving too much away.
Gentle shape as well.
Yeah.
Nice through there. There's a bit of a breeze that's picked up here. So we've got some advertising boards on the side that are spinning.
Very welcome breeze.
Yeah. I'm going to get a bit of a sense of what the conditions are likely to be. Apparently a bit of rain forecasted this afternoon.
Indeed there is.
So if it is rained out this match, Corks, my understanding is that there is a rain day for tomorrow.
Okay.
But the situation on the log at the moment would appear that a win for either side puts them into the final against the South Africans, who've been quite dominant on Friday.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's everything to play for both nations here. Also, first international between the two.
Yeah.
In the over-40s category. I think many more to come in the coming years. But
yeah,
nice to be here, to be honest. And seems like a good bunch of fellows on the Namibian side.
Yeah, WG Grace just saving 4 runs there. Do you want to just describe?
Well, I think you've named him, so I think you can follow through with the description, eh?
Fair enough. So, yeah, we've seen some very interesting facial hair in the teams. Ooh, nearly a run out there. Good running, Arch. And again,
bit of a misfield in the backup there.
Sim
channel 3 for 2.
That's the intensity that Bertus loves to play with, doesn't
Absolutely, yeah. Always looking for a second, and yeah, it's clear to see that he wants to put some runs on the board, but without taking too much risk at this stage. I'm sure they're seeing it like a beach ball at the moment, so playing a solid innings here.
I think.
There we go. Double stepped, whipped it off his legs, but got a cow there, so just for the one. Good shot though, looking good.
Yeah.
And we are now 71 for 1 after 17.
What would you say a good score in the first 25 overs would be, folks?
Well, given where we currently are, I think if we can put another 50, 60 runs on the board here, if we could be around that 150 mark, which I was calling 180 earlier, I think is going to get blown out the water. I think if we can be around that 130 to 150 with wickets in hand.
I think that's a key point I was going to make if you'd stopped just before that last statement. Wickets in hand going into the last 10, 15 overs is so critical here.
And we've got some depth in the Zim lineup today. I think you'll see
smashed a monster yesterday.
Absolutely. I think you'll see our esteemed skipper coming in next. We all know that he likes to work the ball around, take the singles, and can slap the ball to the boundary when required. Then we've got Mr. Guns himself, Trenchard, who is due a big knock, so good luck to the Namibians if he does come off today. And then yourself, Mark. I mean, you came in and played a pearler of a knock yesterday and took the wind out their sails, actually. Bertie.
That's a beauty.
What a shot. That is a huge hit.
I wouldn't have picked a ball travelling as nicely as far as that. Well done, Bertie. That's a monster
shot. I mean, he made that look so easy. It didn't really swing too hard at it. Stroke the ball
as well. He just swatted
perfectly over cow. What a shot. I think
there's going to be a few minutes here while I go look for that.
Yeah. Bit of a break and play, but Bertie looking comfortable, and I think he will definitely take the attack to these bowlers now.
He's telling the keeper about that shot. He's like, you see, bowl it there again.
Yeah, we can hear the raucous laughter from here. Clearly teammates from the Western Cape there.
So there's been 2 games that we played before today, obviously Monday and Tuesday, and in both games the opposition have mentioned just how much Bertus likes to talk. And I'm very happy to say today there's some commentary happening from other people other than Bert.
Oh, Bertie going straight for it again.
And well fielded.
Well fielded, and they'll get through for a 2. Yeah, I think the viewers will have no choice but to hear the booming voice of Bertus Erasmus once he.
Well, let's see if he bats all the way through. He could get
Absolutely.
150.
Absolutely. But I think at some point our viewers will get the privilege of hearing
Bertie.
many a story from the hilarious Bertus Erasmus. Oh, short. Bertie, has he got enough? Oh, there's no fielder there.
He's going to
And
go for
one bounce 4.
shot, Bertie. Oh,
Bertie
sorry.
getting busy there.
Probably not the best thing to shout from the commentary
Yeah,
box.
Mark, do you play for the Zim side or something?
Yes, I'm trying not to be that biased, but clearly the shirt I'm wearing and company I'm holding
Absolutely
pulling me in one direction.
So bowler dropping the ball a little bit short there, and Bertie getting onto it very quickly.
So I've got some interesting
The
news
score rallying on here very nicely.
Some interesting news for you here on the other match.
Yes,
So
what is happening?
This is well worth noting for the people watching this, international. We've got a fight on the go between South Africa and the Invitational side.
Oh, Bertie getting hold of it again, dug it in short, and Bertie hooking it nicely over a short fine leg for 4. Bertie on a roll here. Oh, it hasn't gone. Such a big boundary down there. They've had to run 3. They thought it was 4.
Lapping him.
Bertie scampering through for the 3rd, but I think is completely out of breath and wishing he had a box of Mad Red on him right now. What is happening in that other game?
Oh, we've got an interesting game. The South African team that seems to have steamrolled everyone so far that they've played are playing against the SAA or Invitational team.
Yeah.
And many would say perform in the SA Invitational team and you may be on the list for a call up for the World Cup in February next year.
A lot of spots to play for there.
I'm just going to call it 75 for 4 are the SA national side, the Over-40 side. So 4 wickets down.
In how many overs?
After 14, coming up for 14.2 overs.
Cheapest.
So they've had their top 4 batsmen, absolutely skittled. No one.
Not the start they would have envisioned.
Yeah, the openers got to double figures. Yaku Castle, who's swung the ball like a wizard so far in the tournament.
Yeah.
Came in at number 3. He still plays Premier League cricket down south, I believe, south of South Africa, even down in the Cape.
Yes, it does.
And he came in at number 3, having not batted yet, and was quite excited. He was quite excited to bat there.
Really?
Yep, last night. He hasn't unfortunately come off. And yeah, Charles Groeneveldt has also dropped his wicket. And Buckley and Dugmore got to double figures, but unfortunately not pushing through. So some interesting dynamics happening here. 4 wickets down, 15 overs roughly under the belt, 75 runs on the board. I sense a bit of pressure if the South African bowlers don't get off to the starts they have so far.
I think we called it last night. That SA Invitational unfortunately have lost both games. Played Namibia day 1, lost, and then played us yesterday and lost to us. And I think they've got everything to play for. From what I gather, they haven't had much time to spend as a team. And I think that's where Namibia and Zimbabwe have it's a luxury that we have because we all play cricket together. We know each other well. The South Africans obviously having such a vast selection pool don't quite have that privilege. But yeah, I think today is going to be evident where these guys are going to put everything on the line to get a win over the SA side.
Okay.
Put their names forward for selection for the World Cup in February.
So I've just had some feedback from the Zim boys sitting under the Nedbank umbrellas that people can't hear me, and I don't know if they really want to, but he's either sticking his finger at me saying speak up or get out. So
to be honest, Mark, you only here because you got the face for radio, so I don't think it's that important for the viewers.
Listen, round and red is my face and my look. It's not only my face that goes for that round and red look.
Well played. Right, Zim cruising on here at the moment. Bertie after that over. Pushing the run rate now. The run rate's gone up definitely, but we're on 89 for 1 now. And yeah, I think they're going to take on this current bowler. Arch. Yeah, drop and run. Turning the strike over nicely. I think Bertie's hungry. Get down to the end and see what he can give to this boat at the moment.
So, Corks, have you run the listeners past or through your sort of boxing event on Monday?
I haven't yet.
Not?
I think that's for another day.
You reckon? I think it's a very pertinent piece of information as we work out where the Namibians are going to set their field.
Well, considering I'm the one telling the story, I'm obviously going to be as honest as the day is long.
Exactly.
So I was opening the batting to the SA national side, and none other than Mr. Dan Steyer, a former provincial player and apparently knocking on the door for the Proteas in that period of Dale Steyn and the likes, was rolling it at a very quick 140 plus and hit me on the backhand where there's no glove padding and broke it. So my international career in the over-40s was very short-lived, having faced a mere 21 balls. And Mark, as I sit here today, I've got my hand with a bag of ice over it, and I'm waiting to see an orthopedic surgeon tomorrow, and we'll figure out what needs to be done.
Yeah.
So most likely a pin, from what I gather, out for 6 weeks. So hopefully come back in time to do a little bit of prep for the World Cup if I get selected, and can hopefully represent the country again in Cape Town for the World Cup.
Geez, Corks, yeah, bad luck, pal. And just from us and the rest of the team, really sorry to see you sitting here.
Yeah,
It was a cracking 21 balls that you did face. There was some chin music and a lot of bounce out there.
yeah, it was a bit of
I
a challenge.
Did see some fantastic shots. I think a couple of cover drives and one or two off the hip, even if they weren't off the bat. That certainly left them
Literally off the hip. I've got the marks. No, thanks, Mark. Kind words. And yeah, I think it's nice exposure for the Zim guys. We don't really get to face those sort of speeds, and it definitely wasn't 140. It was more like late 120s, 130 odd. But
Never let
still
the
quick
truth get
enough,
in the way of a good story.
quick enough to break the hand. And yeah, I think it was a good challenge and good exposure. You know, Arch enjoyed it. I know he enjoyed the challenge as well, as did Doug when he came in, and those guys saw them off. We unfortunately didn't post enough, but it was a good start for us.
Yeah.
You know, it gave us the ability to gauge where we are and where we need to be. And I think a victory yesterday for the Zim team gave us a bit of momentum coming into today. And there's still everything to play for, and hopefully a spot in the final on Friday.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
So Norbert back on here. Just bowled a loose one down leg, wide ball. Now a big shuffle in the field. I think they think Bertie's definitely going to go at him.
Yeah.
Bringing the deep square in, dropping the cow out, deep mid on, and a fairly deep sweeper and a long off. That's currently where the field is, and then everyone in. So definitely spreading the field here for Bertie, knowing that he's going to attack.
Where do
Let's
you
see.
think he's going to line it up for you?
I think he's definitely going over mid wicket.
Back onto the clubhouse, you reckon?
Deep mid wicket is going to be an area that you'll pay attention, and they set him up nicely. Norbert squeezing one through, Bertie trying to go for the hoik.
The
Getting
Yorkers
bowled
have been
middle
pretty
stump.
effective this
Absolutely. Great innings from Bertie though. Finishing on a 46 or 52. Great innings there from Bertie. Unfortunately 50 avoidance, I'm sure will be noted for later. But yeah, gave us a good platform to work from. And yeah, unfortunately we will probably have Bertie's booming voice in the commentary box shortly. I'm sure he'll walk us through ball by ball his
hunt him
innings.
down shortly. So into the fold walks Doug Marilia, number 42.
Our scheme skipper.
Yeah. Now, there's an interesting story behind the number 42 he selected. I believe it was the number he had back in the day.
This is true.
And he doesn't miss an opportunity to tell us that the reason he's chosen number 42 is because a certain player on the side that he was playing with back in the day had chosen the number 21. And he was convinced he was twice the player that player was. So 42 it is, and yeah, some interesting selection of numbers.
And thank goodness they had smartphones back then, because Doug definitely had to jump on the calculator to work that one out and then give his number into the team.
I think he ran out of
management.
fingers and then started using his toes.
Absolutely.
I don't know that the calculators were there, but
so Doug coming in now, as I mentioned before, good platform. So I'm sure Doug will still rotate the strike and carry on this momentum with Arch, get set, and I'm sure we'll see some attacking shots
Do you know that's
after the next 5 to 8 overs.
an interesting thing that we've got to acknowledge, hey, Corks? And we were teeing up the clubhouse roof for a second paddling, weren't we?
Dug off the mark straight away. Yes, we were.
And the very next ball, Bertie got yorked.
Skittled.
I think that's the first time I've certainly had the privilege of being the commentator that cursed things. So
Yeah.
my apologies, Bertie, and his supporters. But the
Uh,
commentator's curse has just reared its head, hasn't it?
That's clearly a real thing. Right, Arch on strike and a lot of finger pointing and hand movements in the field here. Big changes. I think Namibia is sniffing one brings two. Oh, old Norbert just rolling his fingers and bowling a nice little off cutter there, missing the outside edge of Archer's bat. There's definitely a lot more energy in the field from the Namibians now. That one wicket's definitely increased the intensity in the field here. Guys are sniffing blood in the water. Up to Arch and Doug to dig deep here and just keep the rotations happening. And yeah, it's hot out there, so the Namibians, it's going to be tough for them to maintain this energy. And Norbert's bowling very well, yeah. He's targeting Archer's outside off stump there, trying to entice him into a false shot. But Arch sees him off. Right, so we are now 93 for 2 in 20 overs. So almost the halfway mark, and we are almost on 100. Not a bad platform. What are you expecting, Mark? What are your sort of targets?
Can't help but feel 250, 260 will be quite a powerful target to defend.
Now on this field, I absolutely agree.
I know you were down on the 180, 190 earlier.
No, I think I need to review that.
But for me, it's going to come down to wickets in hand.
Absolutely.
I think if we lose another 2-3 wickets in the next 15 or 10 or so overs, that total is probably going to drop by 30 or 40 runs. So
yeah,
wickets in hand. It's rebuild a partnership. I hope Doug doesn't go too hard too soon and regret it. But being twice the man he was earmarking, I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. Let's watch this guy.
So Nicholas buys to Doug. Oh,
that commentator curse.
Jeepers.
I'm going to go and find Bertie quickly.
Please. Hitting Doug on the pads, but I think going down leg. Half appeal from the bowler. Umpire not interested. Yeah, I think Doug's been in good form. Unfortunately missed out 50 yesterday, but a 50 avoidance. But looking good and solid. No risky shots. When the bad ball there, he's putting it away and rotates the strike very nicely. And I think these two will run well between the wickets. So yeah. So I think it should be interesting viewing watching these two at the crease.
Corks, as a Dragons man yourself, there are two Dragons men in
absolutely
at the crease at the moment, and two. Well, I'll also throw myself in the pot as a Dragons man.
Yep.
What have you seen from these two playing a lot of
Arch tucking it away to the leg? Look, I mean, this is a very different format for us Dragons, which is a club that we represent in Harare, and we only play 2020, so it's a completely different strategy, mindset, the whole healer, to be honest. So it's nice to watch these guys, knowing that what their abilities are, but also I think they embrace this challenge. It's more a mental one with these guys' sort of talent than anything. They have the ability. It's just, can they stick it out? When do they go? Do they go at the right time? Are they maximizing the bad balls? So yeah, I think Doug's got some serious mental fortitude, as does Arch, and hopefully they do well here today. Obviously, the Namibians looking for a big scalp here in Doug Morelia, excellent player, got a rep in the over-40s circles, and yeah, he's also got a point to prove. Wants to put a 50 behind him in this tournament, if not a ton. A lot of time to bat still, so yeah, let's see what unfolds. Yeah, good line and length here.
Good tight bowling after taking wicket, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, and after that one over where Bertie went after them, they've definitely dialed it back. Obviously got his scalp and yeah, bowling a bit of a tighter line and length here and not as easy to rotate the strike. So I think Doug and Arch now will have to look at the field where the guys on the boundaries and just push for those ones and twos now.
Corks, I was just wondering about something. We've spoken about our good friend Lance, who's unfortunately done his bicep
Yes.
and sitting at home probably watching the game, and wondered how we could bring him into the conversation. I've got my phone with me, so I could, from any of the WhatsApp groups, take a question or steer the conversation in a direction. So Lance, if you're listening, swing us a question or steer the conversation a bit. I'm sure the monotones of me and Corks are things that you could look to shake up. So bring it
Well,
on, guys.
I think the viewers would all like to know how Mr. Malik Brown's recovery's going,
Yeah.
how's rehab's going.
That's bending it like Beckham there. You see that single finger
Very
across the
big
ball.
off cutters to
Yeah.
Arch. I think there's a plan here that they are
They just stop balling him.
definitely targeting that shot from Arch. Big appeal for a stumping there, but Arch well within his ground. Yeah, I think this is where Arch has got to pay attention now. He mustn't lose what he's, all this momentum. He's definitely well established, so he mustn't lose it at this point, throw it away because it's getting tight out there. As Mark shows me a picture of Bertus Erasmus after his 40-yard runs, has gone and jumped straight into an ice bath.
Right next to a children's playground. And
Absolutely.
the caption is Bertus in the pool waiting for the kids to arrive.
Oh, jeez, I hope the cops don't see that. Yeah, back to the cricket. I think this is a vital period for Zimbabwe and for Namibia. If Namibia can get another wicket here, I think they'll feel that they've got a fair bit of momentum behind them. And for Zim, it's just to knuckle down and grind out this tough period. As we've seen in the past 2 days, it is after that first drinks break, that next 15 overs, there seems to be a bit of a lull in the runs from both teams. And yeah, let's see if these guys can grind it out. It's getting hotter and hotter out there as well. Conditions are tough. Doug,
Shot, Douglas.
great shot.
Into the gap, pushing for two.
Doug's got such strong wrists and he can maneuver that ball on the leg and on the off at will. Norbert trying to review how he's going to bowl to Doug, because if he's going to bowl off cuts to Doug, Doug's just going to manipulate him into that leg side and run ones and twos all day.
So we're getting a little bit of feedback from the boys on the group, and the first bit is from Sean Bell. Clearly hasn't got anything better to do than to listen to us. He's saying some interesting commentary. So thanks, Shauna. Then a lot of love from Andre Hoffman for Norby, sending his regards. Gav Rennie chuckling. Gav hoping to join us in the World Cup next year.
Yeah. Gav, affectionately known as Lobles.
More recently, Proton, we believe.
Yeah, well.
Did he change sponsors?
I think he has. And it's for the obvious reason that he loves chingwa, which is bread. So, Lobles, we'll hope to see you in Cape Town. And Proton will send you a supply, no doubt. Bit of a misfield there. Arch cutting it nicely through.
Interesting to see if they go for three here.
Point.
Yeah, it looks like.
And they've run three comfortably. I think that just goes to show how big this field is, and obviously in the over-40s, the arms aren't as strong as they used to be. So lots of runs out there.
I have to say, there's several arms that aren't as strong as they used to be. In fact, mid-off and mid-on, deep mid-on yesterday for the Zim side, both throwing with their underarms whenever the ball came their way.
There's a lot of underarm and bowling action throwing.
Yes.
In this format.
But the key to cutting down that second run, which you'd have thought with weak arms was a factor, there's a lot of batsmen who won't take the second run if the sprint to get to the ball is quick and intense, and a lot of shouting goes with it. So
yeah, I think the running and the fielding are equal in that, with the ability and the fitness. Straying down leg and Doug just guiding it down to short fine leg for one. So as we've touched on, I think, yeah, it's important that Zimbabwe grind it out and Namibia keep bowling their line and length to try and get another scalp here. And for Zim, just to stick it out, grind it out. It's going to be tough work out there in these conditions. But I think the batsmen at the crease definitely have the ability. Oh, and Doug goes for it. There's a man out there. It's Archie. Oh, and he's gone.
Next to see. Bad luck, Arch.
Arch forcing a shot there, unfortunately. A good knock, though. Arch going on 42 of 64 balls. I think that was quite evident that Arch, his hand played a bit of a part in that shot. He wasn't fully committed and didn't quite make the boundary. Good take out in the deep, though, and Namibia got their scalp that they were aiming for. Now we see none other than Mr. Steve Trenchard walking out. And Trenchy got a lot to do today, a lot of work. And I think if he comes good, we'll see some serious fireworks at the crease. He's had an unfortunate dismissal yesterday, and then prior day against SA didn't quite get off the mark. So Trenchy looking for a few runs here today to build some confidence. Arch, what a great knock, gave us a good platform to work off. And yeah, a wicket for Namibia, which will give them a bit of confidence, and I think it'll boost their energy levels in this heat, which is a necessity. Taking a quick drinks break while they can, getting a bit of hydration back into the system. So Doug and Trenchy now. Let's see what happens here. So Mark, what is your game plan, knowing that we are coming on an afternoon session and it is going to be an absolute scorcher? How are you going to manage your momentum and rhythm?
There's definitely an end which is downhill. I'll be scrambling to be rolling down the hill into
I think
the
that
wickets.
is a given for you,
Yeah.
knowing from Dragons you aim always to run downhill.
Yep, or roll.
Oh.
That's the first thing, and then the second is, to minimize or to try and find a spot in the field where I'm not having to change too much. There's lots of left-hand,
Sure.
right-hand combinations, and
Yeah.
frankly, in the over 40s category, that eats your energy. Changing, going to the boundary, coming into the ring, going to the boundary, coming into the ring, and like having to.
First ball to Trenchy outside the off. Outside is just missing his edge there. Trenchy stretching now, hoping that cockroach is focused fully, because he's due a big innings. Sorry, I interrupted you there.
No worries.
As you were.
Just.
Oh, it's a
shot
4P,
Trenchy,
and Trenchy's eyes exploded.
Ooh, he's hurt his elbow.
And I think he's done himself an injury, even though it's gone for 4. Trenchy has been having a lot of work on that arm. I'm hoping it's not a big injury, as we cannot endure an. Oh, and he's walking off.
Oh my gosh, that is very bad luck.
Oh, Trenchy. That does not look good. Trenchy furious with himself, but it looks like he's done some serious damage to that arm.
That's
We'll give you an update soon, folks, as to what exactly has transpired with Trenchy, but not looking good at this stage. And in walks Robbo, our in-form National Premier League player. Robbo having a hell of a tournament thus far with bat and ball. Batted well against SA, batted very well yesterday, gave us some momentum at the back, upped the run rate for us, and then bowled supremely well. So Robbo and Dougie at the crease now, and yeah, a bit of an unexpected retired hurt from Trenchy there. So momentum seems to be all in the Namibians' favour at this point. And yeah, Zim at a rebuilding phase. A fair bit of cricket to come, as we are only in the 22nd over, and Zim have passed the 100 mark. The weather seems to be changing a little bit. Wind's picking up, bit of overcast, which I think the players out there at least will be very thankful for. And yeah, Namibians seem to have the momentum at this juncture. The entire Zim squad on the side have gone into the change room to see what Trenchy needs. And we're back at it. Nicholas Boyce. Good line and length outside off. Robbo just patting it down, no single, seeing off the over. Right, Norbert back. Dougie facing. What has Norbert got in store here? Ooh, that stayed a little bit low, but Dougie well over it. Head in a good position and just angled it down to third man for a single. I think that's going to be key here. Dougie very good at it, just rotating the strike. Robbo, as discussed, currently playing NPL back in Zim, so playing with the big boys there, and I think he is well adjusted for this level of cricket, and it's shown in the past 2 days. Robbo batting and bowling supremely well, and let's hope he carries his form into today. Two former, I think, not too sure if they played with each other, but definitely against. So this is going to be a fierce contest with Norbert. Actually, both Robbo and Doug and Norbert all played cricket against each other. Yeah, exactly. One of the Namibians saying how good of friends these two were, so it's common knowledge. And yeah, it's going to be a fierce battle here between bat and ball with Robbo and Norbert. At the moment, Norbert keeping Robbo at bay. Oh, Norbert putting a bit of extra energy into that ball. Big appeal, and Robbo survives. Bit of jitters there from Robbo. Oh, and he fires it in a nice cutter. Robbo plays it late. Yeah, good tight over there from Norbert. Right, Zimbabwe 107 for 3 after 24. So Zim got a further 21 overs to go, and Namibia seemed to be tying them down in this phase of the game, which we've seen has seemed to be the trend, definitely over the last 2 days in the games that we've played in. So it's important for Zim to keep their heads here and keep some wickets in hand, and we can attack them later. As we see a few field changes here, and still Nicholas Buys bowling through here. Some chat coming from the Namibians, so they've definitely got their heads up here and will want to maintain this momentum now. Field currently is a long on, deep cow, and sweeper, and then everyone up. So definitely trying to strangle the ones and twos, which they know Doug is very good at. And they do it anyway. Dougie drops the ball and runs for a comfortable single. So, yep, Robbo got some time to settle in here and get the pace of the pitch. And we'll see a few of these middle over bowlers off. Same, Robbo comfortably tucks it down to short square leg there and a comfortable single. It's perfect batting from these two at the moment. And yeah, the Namibians, a lot of chatter, like I said, and a lot of finger pointing on the field. Same thing, definitely targeting that short mid wicket for singles. Namibians not too pleased with that single, to be honest. I think they're gonna come an extra 5 in if they want to cut these singles off. But yeah, Doug and Robert turning the strike nicely, yeah. There we go. Cut the single off there, but definitely maintaining that middle and leg line to these batsmen who are just turning it down the leg side. Oh, still no updates from Trenchy, but I can see him shirt off and arm in a sling, so not looking too good. Once we have a diagnosis or some more information, we will indulge you all. End of over. Quite a nice tight one, but good rotation of the strike there from the Zimbabweans, and we are 110 for 3 after 25. So Trenchy getting attended to at the moment, and we'll see what the diagnosis is just now. Oh, we are the walking wounded here at the moment. Bertie out of his ice bath, got ice on his arm, and yeah, a lot of niggles in the Zim camp, and everyone is stretching, icing, strapping, rehydrating constantly. Or Dougie looking for the quick single, Robo sending him back. So an update on Trenchy, as I said, he's had a lot of work done on his arm, mainly down by the bicep, which are massive. Got guns, old Trenchy, and I think he thinks it's popped. So not good signs for us, considering we're already down to only 11. We might be down to 10 now. Not good for the Zim side. But anyway, Norbert bowling a tight line here. Robert trying to steer him down to third man, unsuccessfully. A fuller one to Robbo, and Robbo punches it down
Shot, Robbo.
to deep long off for 1. So yeah, the man of the moment, none other than Mr. Bertus Erasmus. Bertie, great knock, boy.
Yeah, another 5th avoidance. I'm a bit worried for later.
Yeah,
You
well,
guys,
you are getting the knack
start
of those
finding
at
me.
the moment, eh?
Yeah, no, not good enough. I should have stayed out there longer and kept head, eh?
No, you were looking good, and you gave us a fair bit of momentum. Increased the run rate there, which we all knew was going to happen post drinks break. And tell me, I see you've got an ice pack. What's going on there?
Got a trapped nerve, eh?
Oh, wow.
I don't know what that means. Somebody said that to me, so I'm just going with it.
I was going to say, let it out.
Did what up? My nerve.
Yeah.
It's a public program, this, with
Okay.
kids watching, China.
Got you. Sorry,
We're allowed to say that on Pitch Vision. Sorry, Mr. Pitch Vision.
I think you can get a lot of that with Bertie in the commentary box, people.
How many listeners have we got? Welcome to the dozens of listeners today that we have. All 13 of you. Thank you very much for showing. Chief, how many listeners have we got there? Watchers. Our stats man's getting onto it.
Yeah, I don't think we've gone viral yet, Bertie, but can always be optimistic, I suppose. Dougie just punching it down to long off. Norbert bowling a tight line here, and the Zimbos are playing him cautiously and with a lot of respect.
Yeah, when I was out there, he bowled 5 different deliveries, every single one changing pace, off spin, a little bit of cutting it away, swinging it in. Very good bowler on this deck, which is slow. With the tennis ball bounce, he's very difficult. So I think Dougie's playing him well, and Robbo so far. And then hopefully the bit of pace now from Big H, Hendrik Helnes.
So Bertie, yeah, I was about to say you play cricket with a fair few of these Namibians, if I'm not correct.
Dwayne, the Namibian bomb squad, number 20 in front of us here, the wicketkeeper.
Yes.
189 kgs, 6'19".
Yep.
Yeah, middle order batter. That's the ball a long way.
Of that, eh?
Yeah, I played against Duano, and then played against Big H many years ago. If memory serves correctly, I think he played quite a bit of Namibian cricket, or he was on the outskirts in the time of when Namibia had just started turning pro and doing it. So he was one of those unlucky ones, those generational ones, I think, which slipped through in Namibia, if I'm correct.
Looks to be a very handy bowler. Gets to come through to the keeper at a nice height. He was getting nice shape. Yeah.
So that one to Dougie, he just pushes away, and you'll see in the next 2 balls, you'll try and set him up to bring it in with some very late swing, which he tried to do with me as well.
Absolutely.
Both Doug and myself are more front foot players.
Yes.
And yeah, he just read the situation well, and he's hitting his length. So I think he's doing exceptionally well. I think it's also because of his bald head. He's just used to that shiny surface, so he knows how to manipulate a ball.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that hairstyle definitely comes into play.
Yeah, but in this heat, I think we could get him, eh?
Absolutely. Nice quick single there from Doug. Keeping the scoreboard ticking nicely here. Apparently we have a whopping 36 viewers, so welcome all.
Welcome, Lance. Welcome, Bold Boy.
Yeah,
I see that you guys aren't trading again today in Zim. Congratulations.
They are Givens and Matthew Bint, who sits in our office, clearly doing nothing as per normal.
Do they work for you, Austin?
Enticing? No, we all share offices, and but he is the next door office to me, and Amcon, I am assuming, are doing nothing but having this on the speaker and on his computer.
Okay, so we know 3 of the 36 people. I think, what do you think of good scores here, Austin? Seeing sort of the way we're going here, I think we're sitting on about what's the score at the moment there?
Currently 120,
27
overs. So we were talking with Mark about it earlier. I think I gave a well under par score of 180, but I think if we can get to that 230 to 250 level, Bertie, we'll be chuffed on this. It gives us something to defend.
Yeah, I think it's doable at 230. It's another 100 runs and then what, next 18 overs?
Correct.
With as well as the Namibians are bowling, there is another quick single. Sorry, I got distracted there with the way the Namibians are bowling.
That happens a lot on the cricket field and at the bars with Bertie. But anyway, Karen, as you were.
It's because I'm a very attentive person, always looking after other people's interests, Corky. I'm kind and
no, true story,
like
Bertie.
that, eh?
Don't have to tell me, boy.
No, mate, I think, like I was saying, with the Namibians bowling like they are, yeah, 5 runs and over from here, we'll be happy. That takes us to around about 210. But I also believe in our batters here. Robbo and Doug are both due for big ones.
Absolutely.
And
commentator's curse.
And I've done it.
Bertie, that is a full commentator's curse. Dougie trying to paddle one around, popped on him, and he hit it up, and the keeper got there comfortably. Unfortunately for Doug, brings an end to his innings of 11. So the Namibians definitely have turned this around now, taking a few quick wickets, and with Trenchard retiring hurt, we have your fellow Capetonian mate, also obviously representing Zimbabwe for this tournament, Mark Farrell, coming out. So Bertie, Mark, from what I've noticed, can turn the strike quite nicely. He's got good strong wrists. What do you think we're going to see from him here today?
Corky, after me cursing Dougie there and saying that, Mark is in terrible form. I think he's going to get a first baller. He's going to play absolutely terribly, and hopefully we reverse the jinx that I've just put on our captain. No, I think Mark and Robert batted exceptionally well yesterday, just rotating the strike, and I think they've got to do the same again now.
Absolutely. It's imperative that these guys grind it out now, and
there's still a lot of overs left here, and we just need to keep level-headed and go.
Right, Bertie, you're obviously gaining some attention out there as we have a request here from none other than Mr. Bell,
Sean Bell. Welcome, Sean.
Bell, and he is asking you to talk us through his bat and the history of it, which you tell me is older than my fiance.
Well, that's pretty easy because your fiance is about 19, I think. So most things in our cricket club are older than your fiance. So yeah, there was a guy called Matthew Streeton in the early 90s. He had the county dealership. He sponsored Andy and Grant with county insignias and all those types of things. And
No, those good old counties, yes.
yeah, and we were lucky enough to in 1993.
Oh,
my
those are the
brother-
good old days, eh,
My brother,
Bertie?
that's exactly 30 years ago. My brother got sponsored, and because I was a tag along, Matthew threw in a couple of bats for me, and they are the same two bats that I've got. But now listen to this, Corky. I split the bat about 8 years ago, and playing in Cape Town, and one of my fellow teammates took it to a guy called Dave van der Walt. Sorry, it's Norby bowling again. Another good tight line, pushing it away. So my teammate took it to Dave van der Walt, who does an excellent job. And as he got it, he said, "Whose bat is this?" Because when I was working for County 20 years earlier, I made this bat because he had put his stamp into the top shoulder of the bat.
Oh, no.
So he completely refurbed the entire bat, new handle, did it for free, and then sorted out my other bat as well.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yes, and then a lot of people won't recognize the stickers. They're all surfing stickers.
Because surfing and cricket go hand in hand, yeah.
Oh yeah, and with Zimbabwe being a landlocked country,
Yeah,
we've
no.
always surfed down the falls and everything.
Lots of synergies there.
Oh, so much. No, my nephews went and bought some surfing gear when they came down to Cape Town to visit me, and they just stuck a lot of stickers on one day. So yeah, I just roll with it, eh? Even though I haven't found the middle that often, it still works, bellboy. So hopefully that's a little bit of a history about that.
Well, you did deposit one onto the clubhouse roof, so definitely still has a middle for a 30-year-old bat.
Yeah, but now I'm sitting here with clutching my arm because my nerve's gone. So the bat works and my arm doesn't. That's what age does, eh?
That's what age does.
Here we go. Norby to Mark.
Are you also fucking out?
And we've got Mr. Stu Carlisle in the background, ladies and gents, if you're wondering who that familiar voice was. Stewie popping down to see how the side is, convening of selectors for this over-40s outfit. So good to have him here, showing some support. Oh, Norbert, big loud appeal. Oh, and he stuck him. Oh, Mark, looking back, not too sure on that, but I think Norby cutting it back nicely into the stumps there, so...
Yeah, it didn't look like he got far forward.
No.
But it may have hit him outside the line. Pitch Vision's going to have to see that with us sitting just off
I think
centre line. We can't really see.
that's up to the viewers to make a decision on. But yes, looked rather straight and definitely hitting stumps. They have pitched outside off though. Anyway, unfortunately, Mark trundles back to the Doug Hut, and none other than Mr. Raymond Buchanan, all the way from Cheetown in Zimbabwe. Running out,
short for Chigutu.
lots of energy Ray has, and I think these two will have to look to build a base to finish this innings off now. Namibia have done very well to bring this back because we had a lot of momentum 5 to 8 overs ago, and here we are still 123 for 4 now after 27. So, yeah, Zimbabwe definitely going to toil a little bit for these next few overs unless these guys can set us a good platform to finish the innings.
Oh, they're just bowling such a good line and length.
They are.
And slowly strangling us here. So yeah, we just need to keep pushing ones and
Ray Buchanan.
hopefully we get it done. And for any of the viewers who would like to know how hot it is here, it's about 59 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it's hot. But it still beats the day in the office though, doesn't it?
Well, unless you're Malik and doing nothing and just watching this.
Oh yeah, from aircon. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true as well.
Probably on his 14th cup of coffee. Ordering lunch now because it is 12 o'clock.
Yeah, but he has a pre-lunch lunch at about 11 as well.
No doubt. He's an athlete, eh?
Absolute athlete, that man. Okay. 2 overs still drinks. I think that needs to be Zimbabwe or our team's sort of goal. Just get there.
Absolutely. No
Just
more wickets.
literally just get us back to another base, and then let's just try and reset and go for the next 15.
I concur with that, Bertie. Yeah, these Namibians are bowling good lines, not giving much away. And as we discussed, the deck is a little bit slow, so not easy to bat on.
No.
And they bring back their opening bowler, Big H, as he is affectionately known, who bowls a very tidy line and length. So Robbo got his work cut out from here.
Was a very correct batter, but I don't want to jinx him.
Yeah, good shot. Straight to extra cover there. No run. Yeah, Robbo has been one of our standout players so far. He's definitely held his own with the bat and has carried it through, if not almost to the end, and given us some impetus towards the end of our innings so far in this tournament.
100%. He's also done very well with the ball at the end as well. And in the middle overs against South Africa the other day.
Oh, that seemed to stay a bit low there.
Yeah, that's the one. That's his filler one, which he brings back in. The first one he just tries to push away, so you drive through covers, and the next one he bowls it a bit straighter and a bit fuller, hoping that you miss it.
And Bertie, did you find it quite slow off the pitch? Or was it coming on better than expected?
I thought it came on. However, there was a bit of a tennis ball bounce, so that's what I struggled with a bit for the ones which are a bit shorter. But nothing too untoward.
But I think the general trend is for this pitch to slow up as the day goes on. Oh, Raymond wanting a one, Robbo sending him back. Almost in trouble there. Fielder threw it to the bowler's end. No one at the stumps. Could have been trouble. I think the trend from what we gather for this deck is it will slow up as the day progresses. So I think that's one thing for Zimbabwe, although it will be probably be 60 degrees in the field when we go on. That's the one thing we will have going for our bowlers.
That's
Robbo
a good stop
punching
by
it very
Robbo,
nice
punching it
down
through
to
for 2. Sorry, Corky, talking
No,
over
good.
you there. Please carry on, sir. You're much better at this than me.
No problem. No, not at all. Yeah, let's see. I mean, still a lot of cricket to come, and this game is evenly poised, I'd say, at this stage.
Yeah, 5 or 6 good overs from us at any stage now. As long as we bat to the 45, I think this is going to be a good game.
Yeah, that's a given. We have to bat for
We have to
45 to have any chance at it.
Yeah.
Robert trying to hit him through the square leg there. I think ball coming onto him a bit quicker than he expected.
And Corky, a question from me to you is that have you ever been this serious for so long? I mean, the two of us are talking, we're trying to be very serious here. This is quite tough work for me. If I'm
Bertie, I'm going to be completely honest. I am hunkering for a beer because I've been so nervous and trying to be for serious in trying to entertain our viewers.
that's a very tight run.
Zimbabwe definitely looking to be more aggressive on the singles here. A good tap and go from Robbo, knowing that it's drinks break, is it?
I think there's one more.
Right, still one to come. But Robbo hogging the strike, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think he's the in player at the moment, so good skills and tactics from Robbo there. Yeah, Bertie, this commentary gig thrown into my lap this morning. There was a guy called Jean who couldn't make it, and knowing full well my predicament, he maximized on that, and so I've got the pleasure of trying to entertain those at home and also be 12th man for you guys.
Talking about your predicament, what did the doc say about your broken hand there, mate?
I informed the viewers a little bit earlier, but yeah, we've got a booking for an orthopedic tomorrow, and we'll assess the situation from there. That's a great shot from Robert, very technically correct, but deciding to maintain the strike, especially one before tea or before drinks. So Robert clearly having a game plan in mind here.
I like seeing that Robert's thinking. He's a thinking cricketer. Get us to the...
And Norbert has definitely come back to strangle his former home country with the ball, bowling very tight lines. Obviously varying his pace like you were saying earlier, and he's definitely pulled it back for the Namibians. I think Robbo is definitely just going to see this one off.
Yeah, with 100%. I think he just wants to get us there. Just regroup, come
Absolutely.
back for a game plan. Just calm all the nerves because another wicket in this over. Or, oh, very good ball as he bowls it into his legs. Yeah, I think another wicket here, they knew it. And I think Robbo's just played that correctly.
Yeah. You know, being currently 5 down, in effect 6 down with Trenchy being retired hurt, it's a bad strategy. And he takes the one, and giving Ray one ball to last until drinks. So let's see what Ray can do here, yet to face a ball from this end.
Raymond, very passionate cricketer. Gives his absolute heart and soul into everything he does.
Absolutely. Not a big fan of shoes, though, as we found out. Oh, that's a
Oh,
great
good
cover
shot
drive.
with the
Ray,
ball.
straight up. That'll give him that'll settle the nerves for good old Ray.
And it
that's
settled
it.
the nerves for me.
And me too, as we go and quench our thirst. It is currently 128 for 5 after 30. When
And
we
did we
come
up
back, we've got the final session of 15 overs.
and did we up the viewership from 36 to 37? Or did it go down? 38. Oh,
Oh, Bertie,
brilliant. Brilliant.
we're going viral.
Going viral. Thanks, Corky.
Thank you, ladies and gents. And we are back live. Unfortunately, to see Ray depart. New bowler, spinner, tossed it up nicely, enticed Ray into leaving his crease and got promptly stumped. Unfortunate for Ray. Mark Nicol, affectionately known as Bags, now trotting out to the crease. And I am joined by our esteemed skipper, Mr. Doug Marilia. Doug, is Bags going to stick it out, or is he going to just do what Bags does?
Yeah, so I don't think Bags is one of those guys that sticks around. I don't think it's in his nature or his technique to try and block out for a long time. Certainly he'll try and keep the good ball out, but I'm sure he'll be more aggressive than the other batters have been. And,
especially with spin.
yeah, and that'll come off or it won't come off. If it comes off, generally he gets 20 to 30 runs in a very short space of time. Certainly helped us in yesterday's game. And hopefully he can pull it off again today. I mean, it would appear that the wicket's really slow, particularly for the spinners, and also turning a long way. So it's not going to be easy to play, but at the same time, if you're prepared to grit it out and take the singles where you can, I don't think it's that hard to bat on. So the Zimbabwean side haven't done themselves any favours in terms of the wickets they've lost, still with 15 odd overs to go in the game.
Yes. Finally entering the third phase here after that final drinks break, and sitting at 129 for 6. I think we've lost a few more wickets than we would have ideally liked to. But let's see. Robbo has been looking good. He's done a good job over the last 2 days for Zimbabwe. And I think if him and Mark can form a bit of a partnership here, it should guide us nicely towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, Robbo certainly is in quite good nick. And if he can manipulate and hit a couple of boundaries, and Mark can do the same, we still have two batters that can go in to bat, if I'm not mistaken. Are we 8 down, 9 down?
We are 6 down.
6 down. Oh,
Well, that was
like
wide.
a wide ball.
Umpire clearly not interested.
Yeah, I mean, if we can bat it out, if we can get 4 runs and over from here, we'll get up to about 180 Aussie. And I think I heard you say earlier in the day that you thought that would be enough.
Look, I reviewed that, but I don't know. Looking at our current stance, I think 180 might be a total that we'd be looking to defend.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's certainly not a run-scoring wicket. If we can bowl nice and tightly, the ball's not coming onto the bat. So if we can bowl nice and tight and nice and full and set fields accordingly and take wickets and catches when the times come, yeah, it'll be a hard score, 180 to chase. Both previous games on this field ended generally with the second side batting. On day one, they chased 138 and got it, I think, 6 or 7 down. And day
Yes.
two, obviously, there was a capitulation from the Namibian team,
Yes,
which made it easy for the South African side to get the score.
absolutely.
So there's also a huge amount of pressure. I mean, once you've got 180 on the board on a field that's not doing a lot, a bit of spin, a bit of keeping low, a bit of bounce, yeah, adds a lot of pressure, particularly if you can take a wicket. So there's only one way to play that, and that's to attack. And whether the Namibians will do that, we wait and see.
And from what we've seen, I mean, just from our 2 previous games, the game generally goes through a lull between the second and third, well, that first and second drinks break. Those 15 overs there, the scoreboard generally doesn't tick over as quick. And it's this session now where guys generally pick up the run rate. So,
But they certainly try that as the overs run out with wickets in hand. But at the same time, it does appear that the wickets have got slower and slower and lower as the day's gone on. So it does seem to get harder to score runs. So runs on the board, if we get enough of them, will be good for us.
and do you foresee this pitch getting slower as the day progresses?
I do. I worry a little bit about the fact that we've got quite a few injured players now.
Yes.
So it's going to be quite hard work covering for those players in the field. Stuart Collau, convener of selectors, is here currently.
Yes.
And had he bought a set of kits, he would be fielding for us this
We would
afternoon.
definitely rope him in.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But
So,
yeah.
are we going to have to go out there with 10 players now?
No, I think we can go out with 11. Simon Seeger is permitted to field for us. He's not of age yet, but very kindly the organisers, based on our injuries, have suggested that he can field for us. So we should have 11. Most of them are mobile, with one hand at least. So we should be okay.
This is, seemed to be an edge there to the keeper who's dropped it. Robbo seems to get another lifeline here, and hopefully he can maximize it. Namibians not too pleased with that phase of play right there. And Doug, that's a big issue now with our age group, eh? We seem to be falling apart, and it's managing those bodies
Yeah.
to get through a prolonged tournament like these, which is going to be the key, eh, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of us came into this particular tournament with injuries, so that wasn't a great position to start from. A
Absolutely.
few guys weren't able to come on this tour for various reasons, family issues, work issues, etc., which is always going to be the case. But I think a lot of the guys have committed to the process and specifically to the World.
Yes.
So with any luck, we can get the numbers that we have up a little bit, and there's some guys coming from outside the country to join us, one from Australia, a couple from England potentially.
Yes.
So hopefully we're in a position where we have enough players to have a rotation, so the 6 or 7 games at the World Cup is not too taxing on our bodies.
Absolutely, because that's going to be key. Rotating players, putting your best side on the park, but also giving key players a rest. I think all those things will be critical factors going forward. And this is a good litmus test for us,
Yeah,
where we can see how we hold up.
yeah, it also gives us an idea of where things are. We've got another
Absolutely.
10 weeks before the World Cup after this finishes. Everyone will take a bit of a break, I think, over the festive season.
Yes.
Relax, try and recuperate, try and get their bodies into some sort of shape that makes the possibility of doing some work perhaps in early January through to when the World Cup starts, something that we can all achieve in the hope of all being healthy and ready to play.
Possibly change the captains might help a bit.
That is our convener of selectors, ladies and gentlemen, cussing the skipper.
Great shot too.
As we discussed, Bag's not going to hold back. Pumps her 4 through extra cover off the back foot. And I think he's going to enjoy facing this. I just hope when he hits it well enough.
Yeah. So this is obviously the 5th bowler. They bowled really well up until now. They've bowled
Yeah.
nice and full. They're nice and straight. The wicket keeper standing up. It's very difficult. This is the 5th bowler by the looks of things. Yeah, we've got to take advantage.
And by all accounts, that was the arm ball, but seems to be getting a bit of spin, eh?
Yeah.
So Zimbabwe are quite fortunate in that department. Got some very good spinners who can eat up overs and hopefully maintain, quite a low run rate.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
Bit of a
I mean,
misfield there. Will they go for 2? No.
To date, we've opened with a spinner and a fast bowler. I wonder if on this wicket it might actually be worth opening with both spinners.
I don't think that's a bad shot, to be honest,
Bit of a risk.
given the conditions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk because you obviously use up the spinners then and allow the seamers to bowl through the middle overs.
Yes.
But it might be something that's necessary. Also, because I think it might be hard with a new ball to play the spinners. There's
There we go.
that turn we talk about.
Absolutely. Very
If
good
you-
line and length.
You can take 1 or 2 wickets quite quickly. I wonder what the depth is like by our opposition today. We haven't played them before.
Yep.
Take 1 or 2 wickets and the depth is not what it should be.
Oh,
The leg spinner.
got the wrong end. We very crafty little spinner here, Doug.
Yeah.
And it seems to be that if you don't bowl left arm, you can't make the Namibian side because all of these are left armers.
Yeah.
They certainly churn them out in that part of the world.
Surprisingly, they're all left-arm bowlers, but apparently only one of them bats left-handed.
Yeah. So clearly want the dominant hand on the top.
Yeah.
It's not a bad way to
Teach your children.
absolutely. I think that's a good technique. It's a good way to set up. Interesting to see who they're carrying on with the same bowler this side. And Zimbabwe now currently $136 for 6 in 33 overs. So Doug, another 50. We should do another 50 easily, depending on wickets here. And if these two get set, I think, well, especially with Bags at the crease, might get a quick fire 20 from him. That will propel our rate and our final score quite nicely.
44 gives us 4 and over in our allotted overs.
Yes.
I mean, that's a really.
And there he goes.
Oh,
He skied that. Is the man going to get there?
always.
Oh, and he does. Valiant attempt to catch it, but unfortunately drops it, and they scramble through for 2.
But that's a good example of the wicket here. I mean,
Yes.
Curtis hit a nice 6 earlier on in the game. I think the ball was slightly newer, so probably a little bit harder. But that's the point. The ball is not coming on, so to reach the boundary is quite difficult.
And he's a strong boy, and these are big boundaries, Doug. I think this big boundary where we are sitting is probably the shortest.
Yeah.
But the one out for Mark's offside now, that is a beast. And the square leg one Mark can hit it, but like Doug says, I think if it sticks and he doesn't get hold of it, it's a big risk.
42 runs to get to 4 and over, and if we can get anything over that, I think
We got something
there
to
we
follow.
go.
That is the exact boundary we were just referring to, and Mark has cleared it. That is a great hit. Lots of power in those big shoulders of Bags. And yeah, the poor bowler, I think, may have to adjust his length here to maximize on that stickiness of the wicket. Ah, and he doesn't hold back, and that was in the slot for Mark, and he has cleared the mid-on boundary yet again. Mark making these big boundaries we're just referring to look quite small.
Yeah, it shows you it can be done, eh? A bit of intent. You wonder if the approach that the previous batters took was wrong.
Yes,
There's a lot of nerdling, a lot of taking ones. You wonder if they should have been looking at hitting the ball rather, because it seems like it's possible.
absolutely. But I mean, as we're discussing, Bags is not going to hold back. Again, he goes for his third 6 in a row.
And it's going to spin.
Doesn't quite cue it and trundles through for 1.
Yeah, it's fantastic for us, though. Like we said in the previous games, that Mark has got a chance to bat. He hits the ball nicely, and if he can get 20 or 30 quickly, and even more than that if he can stick around, it's a huge asset for us as a side.
Oh, big time, especially this low down in the order, this late on the innings. He adds a lot of momentum. And Robbo, as we saw yesterday, can also hit a long ball.
Yeah.
So I think we got 2.
How many overs we got
batsmen.
left there?
So we are currently finishing the 34th over. We've done 34 now. So we've got 11 overs left.
And we're on 140.
Currently on 152.
152 with 11 overs to go. 11
So
balls of
you would hope
54.
60
Yeah.
odd.
I mean, 220 was enough yesterday on a wicket that was probably slightly better to bat on than this one.
And a smaller field.
Yeah. So, yeah, if we could sort of get to the sort of 180, 200, 220 mark, if we can hold the course, I think it'll be a tough score for the Namibians to chase, unless they also have a person that gets on it like Mark.
Yes, absolutely. No, I think that was a big over for us, and I think it's given us a little bit more momentum than we obviously had prior. And we'll see now what Robbo can do to this crafty little spinner who's come back on to bowl. Looks like there's a bit of cloud cover creeping in here as well, Dougal. Do you think rain may interrupt us in the afternoon session?
Listen, I'm hoping the rain doesn't come, but I don't mind the cloud.
Absolutely,
It's absolutely scorching here. We're just this side of the hill, and the heat is coming off that hill straight into us.
absolutely. It's like an oven here. This is like Kwekwe heat, eh?
Yeah, 100%. In Kwekwe, when the wind changes direction, the rain comes. And so let's hope that doesn't happen today, because despite the fact that we've had a fairly torrid start, we've got ourselves now into a decent position. So it'd be nice to try and defend that position.
Absolutely. And this is everything to play for, because I think whoever wins this ultimately will go through to the finals, for Friday.
100%.
So both Namibia and Zimbabwe, first time playing against each other in this format and this age group, and yeah, it's all on the line.
Yeah. Interestingly, we got a day off tomorrow, but it's not going to be a day off for the physiotherapists, it would appear.
Definitely
They will
not.
be working full time on most of our team.
All of the Zimbos are so happy to have a physio on this tour.
There is a boom in the stock price of all these elastoplast type of things in South Africa.
And
at the moment.
sprays. Oh, Robbo dabbing at a wide one there. Thank goodness Fullion dropped it, but I don't think there was any bat involved.
It shows you that if you can just bat through, take the ones when you can, hit the occasional boundary. Building an inning is a good thing to do. Oh, and the occasional misfield is very positive for us.
And I was about to say, I think the heat for these guys out there now, they start to lose a bit of concentration. They haven't had a wicket for 2-3 overs now. Their head starts to drop. I think this is time for Zim to capitalize, or if the Namibians take another wicket, it can also go their way. The momentum will be with them again.
Yeah.
And this guy is definitely okay. He threw that in a bit quicker than he was floating it to Robbo, but another good solid over there from the Namibians. And we've got Mr. Trenchard walking past. I think he will just give us a quick rundown.
No, I need to talk to the skipper. Douglas,
Okay, he's not giving us a rundown.
when he decides, then we'll give you a rundown.
But Trench, you got a smile on his face, which is a good sign, guys. I think for what he's going through, and with the heart of a lion, I think he's actually looking at going back out there, because we are seriously dwindling in numbers of players who are able to get out there and play. So Trenchy putting it all on the line here to go out and potentially continue his innings, which I think is highly commendable of the man. Shows his true passion for his country and for the sport. So we wish him the best. Trenchy, are you looking to go back out? So Trenchy definitely got his kit back on, icing the arm. I believe it is quite a severe injury, but willing to put his body on the line here for Zim, try and get us over the line. So well done to Trenchy. I think all those that know him give him a big shout out. And we have Big H, seems to have switched sides here, coming to the commentator's end and looking to shape it into Robbo from this end. How many does Big H have left? Big H got 2 overs left here. He's bowled very well, kept the Namibians well in this game. Oh, squared Robbo up properly on the first ball there. I think they were all seeing if there was any bat involved and if that was a drop catch or a catch. I didn't quite see it. And Zim 153 for 6. So thanks to Doug for coming and give us some insight. He's subsequently left the box and gone to rearrange the batting order now that Trenchy has come back into the fold, and to see if we can finish off this final session with a bit of momentum and try and hit that 200 level. I think will see us with the ability to try and get through this game. Runs on the board, as Doug was saying. That scoreboard pressure definitely will hopefully be with us when we're out there in the sweltering heat for the afternoon session. Short one to Robbo. Robbo just guides it down to backward point for a single. Now this will be an interesting tussle because Bags will definitely not hold back here, and Big H will definitely have a bit more pace on the ball compared to other bowlers. So if it's in the zone, I think Bags will be targeting Cow and long on. So this will be an interesting matchup. And sure as nuts, Mark off the back foot, puts it in the gap. It appeared that the mid-wicket fielder didn't see the ball, and Mark, although didn't get all of it, hit it well enough to get through for a 4, a much-needed boundary, and Bags' strike rate continues. We have to see what Big H does now to his line and length, and see how Bags deals with this next delivery after hitting a boundary. Bags opening a stance wide. Oh, trying to bowl into the pads there, Big H, and taking the pace off the ball, it seemed. And Bags, not much foot movement, but he's got good hand-eye coordination and can throw his hands at the ball. Big H looked like he's tiring a bit in the 7th over. Hard work out there in this heat. Good line and length and keeping Mark in check, and Mark actually up to the task. Good over there. And Zim currently sit 158 for 6 after the 36th over. 9 to go for Zim, so I think another 4 to 5 and over here. And we've done that 200 odd, so not all bad. Gets something for us to bowl at and defend this afternoon. And hopefully this wind and these overcast conditions prevail for us this afternoon, because it'll be a little bit of reprieve out there in the field. Because it is tough out here, and these Namibians, you can see them definitely starting to take its toll on them. And I hope they're wearing Factor 80 sun cream because that's a scorcher. Right, the spinner back on to Robbo. Going to be a critical over this. If Robbo can get some momentum here, cuts him away nicely into the sweeper out there. And now Bags facing the spinner. Is he going to dart it in? Is he going to bowl the wrong in? Bags up to the task, no doubt, and definitely going to take him on. Got a long on, cow, and deep square. And he does. He spears it into Mark. Bags just hits it to square leg, not giving Mark any width. And Bags comfortably putting away for one. Robbo, on the other hand, he's definitely floating it up and trying to entice. Just like that. And Robbo up, sweeps it nicely against square leg. Rotating the strike nicely here. Guys are putting together a very good partnership. Much needed partnership. And yeah, Mark Nicol on strike again. Oh, and floats one up, and Mark absolutely smokes it to the biggest boundary. What is that? And it's a 1 bounce 4. That is a great strike. That is a massive boundary. And for some reason, they had bought their mid-wicket. He was just too far. Too far around, almost a cow, no deep mid-wicket, and Mark placed it beautifully. Great strike from Bags. Right, a bit of a shuffle out there. The deep square goes a bit straighter now. And I think they're going to toss one up again, yeah. Oh, and Bags smokes it again. But straight to cow, just for the single. It's good batting. Very good batting. Rotating the strike after a boundary. It's exactly what we need to do. And they're putting the pressure, taking the pressure to the spinner, who is now coming around the wicket to Robbo. Change of tactic here. Robbo high bat lift. Oh, and it's the wrong end. Yeah. Good over there for Zimbabwe, as we now sit at 166 for 6 after the 37th. And we have Robbo currently on 16 and Mark Nicol, aka Bags, 30 off 18. This is a sublime innings from Mr. Nicol. Exactly what Zimbabwe required, and Mark is delivering. So I think the Namibians now having to review who's bowling where to try and break this partnership. It appears we have the opening left armer and Mr. Rian de Wit being called back, tossing the ball to him to see if he can muster something out of his bag of tricks to break this partnership. Captain thinking long and hard as to how to set his field, who goes where, to try and at least stem the flow here. And Bags is on strike, so I think they're all a bit nervous about his striking ability. And yeah, taking his time to set the field. Right, Aldrion trying to get maximum shine on that ball. It is a bit overcast here, and I think he will find a bit of swing in these conditions. So with these new Dukes, they're very, very good balls. Let's see what he can muster here. And he does straight away, but straight into Bags' arc, and he smokes him. 1 bounce 4 over mid-wicket. What a strike. And Bertie is back with none other than a Coke, a Goit, and an ice pack. I think those are the essentials in over-40s.
We've even got the Namibian boundary fielders laughing at that because it's true. What you haven't seen is the Voltaren, the Dick. Oh, did I say Dick on Sorry, the Dick
Oh,
the Phoenix.
this is a PG show,
I
Bertie.
know it's Dick the Phoenix, and and there he goes again, and he's put it the
Oh,
other way.
and Bags is piercing the leg side field here.
This is an absolute brilliant little innings. You know, we're in trouble there, mate.
Well, we lost all momentum. That score was very worrying, and these two have put together a hell of a partnership.
No, they haven't.
Robbo rotates the strike nicely and lets Bags get on with it.
Oh, look, we are nowhere near in the clear here. This is going to be a good game, no matter what.
Absolutely.
If we can,
The impetus and the momentum seems to be with Zim now, which, 6 overs ago it wasn't.
no, definitely not. And we've got, I think,
So-
after this, we've got another 6 or 7. Or no, another 6. All wide, and that's going to go as well. That's brilliant. This isn't biased commentary, by the way.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you play for Zim?
There we go, Robbo, go, boy. Yeah, I think Robbo's played it absolutely brilliantly again. He really is a thinking cricketer.
No, he's managed his innings well, and we've seen that over the last 2 days. And yeah, very much a team player, knows who's batting with him and
Yeah.
how to manipulate the scoreboard
And
whilst they're out there.
Yeah, and he knows the game awareness actually really well.
Absolutely.
Um,
Right. Oh, Robbo.
Robbo's deciding not to go as
I
well.
think Robbo's taking one out of Bag's textbook there.
Oh.
Swinging for the hills.
I don't want to talk too soon, but I think Steve Trenchard, even though he's only about 4'4", he is built very solidly and he's got the biggest heart, my friend.
Absolutely. I was just discussing it. I saw him standing in front of me, so he is definitely going back out, eh?
We don't know if he's definitely going back out, but he's put his pads on. He's telling us he'll go and do it no matter what. And that's, you know what, I think that's the fight which we kind of put together yesterday. And I think he's just carrying that on for the boys.
No, absolutely.
out of
Out of
our-
the line, as you
Out
said.
of our 12, we've got 6 injuries.
So we are doing well. We are thriving in that department, at least.
Um,
And as I look to the dugout, Trenchy again has the over-40s essentials, got a goit in hand, an ice pack on the arm, and
He's got to rehydrate in that water.
and a rehydrate.
Yeah.
I thought it was something else, but
No,
thank goodness it's a rehydrate.
No, it's a rehydrate.
Yeah, this is good momentum for Zim. Bags swinging at that one, missing it, letting it go through to the keeper.
It's still a good over. It's 9 off. Oh no, 12 off it, I think. With those 2 fours.
Oh, Bags,
And the
very
one's 9 off.
disciplined.
There we go.
Something we've seen Bags actually work on hard, and it's paying off now. Keeping his head, which in good old days, in Dragons days, which we was chatting with Mark earlier, he would have just definitely tried to hit that for the hills.
Yeah, it's when
You know-
start of his innings now, we all thought, he's good enough if he picks the right ball to hit instead of just
Absolutely.
going at absolutely everything.
Only hits
So I
it a
think-
mile.
Yeah, and I think the one which he top edged just now, we saw Robbo walk over to him, and I think Robbo's put a little bit of game awareness in there, going, there's enough time, there's enough sixes, there's enough boundaries. So
Yeah, I think Robbo would have walked in there and said, "Hey, Marky, calm the farm, boy.
Yeah.
Got a long way to go here, eh?"
okay, it's Big H again.
And Big H is
I
doesn't
think
know
this
which
is his
end
last
quite
over.
works well for him, so he is back to his original end now and seeing if he can break this partnership. And it's his last over. I think he's wearing it a bit, Bertie. It's a tough ask for a big man like that to bowl 9, in the first 30 overs.
No, he was struggling as well. They
Okay.
are also over 40, so he
Yeah.
was stretching and he's pulled, I don't know what the physios call it, but I call it his butt. He pulled his right butt cheek, so he was stretching that just now, and he was also asking for Brufen and everything at the drinks break. I mean, that's what I love about this over 40s. Teams share their medication. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I would like to think that's where the most camaraderie comes. Fines meetings are
Absolutely.
fun, but it's the sharing of the drugs, Corky.
And sharing of information, Bertie, because I do believe that butt is commonly known as the glute.
Ah, thank you very much.
No
The
problem.
glute.
That's what I'm here for. So, Big
Is that-
H, ready to fire. First ball. Robbo,
Ah,
squares him
that's
up.
it.
No quick single, though.
I think Robbo knows this is his last over, so he's not going to do anything funny.
Yeah.
Talking about glute, is that short for gluten?
No, glute is your butt muscle.
I just said butt, and then you bring,
I'm giving you the proper terminology.
it's glutamus maximus, I think, if I remember biology.
No, that's from Gladiator.
Sorry, we're now laughing at our own jokes, guys. Our stats man in the corner, he's just shaking his head because he just thinks we're a bunch of idiots. The worst commentating he's ever heard in his life. How many followers have we got now? We gone viral yet? Oh, that's a good shot. from
Robbo,
Robbo.
that's a great shot.
It's
Big
exactly
H
what he's
trying
trying
to
to do.
pierce it into the block hole, and Robbo plays it bloody well down to deep cow, and they run through for 2.
No, that's absolutely brilliant. Robert's playing this perfectly. I think there's 3 balls left. Big H, this is a huge effort from a huge man. Yeah, it's very impressive, actually. It's nice to see that the Springbok rugby players have come to play for Namibia as the bomb squad.
Jeez, yeah, they are big boys.
These are big lads. It's
Oh, well played,
it
boys.
it is all that Namibian beef and eland and everything that eats, and there's more. And there's 2 more. Oh, that's a little bit of pressure coming, a little bit of awareness.
I think that is a classic case of being in the field in its heat and, not taking a wicket for a while. The guys start to lose a bit of concentration.
Yeah,
They do silly things, and
bit of
we're
a
seeing
panic.
this now. Yep, they haven't taken a wicket for a while, so the momentum definitely back with them. And yeah, you're seeing it take effect on the Namibians at this stage.
Yeah, I think it's been a good over. We've got 4 from it. I think 2 dot balls to see out Big H, and I think we've done a very good job. Oh, well bowled.
That is a great comeback from Big H, and well played by Rob.
He's got such late swing, Corky. I promise
Oh
you.
no,
It's,
he's actually very good to watch.
yeah. Except when you're batting, eh?
I can imagine that's a different story altogether. But you dealt with them well, Bertie. What was your game plan? Give us some insight into what you were thinking when you walked out there this morning.
I'm not the most technically correct cricketer, but I like to play with a bit of intent. Oh, my ball, hopefully. Oh, no.
That was definitely an effort ball from Big H, and the keeper just stopped it. Yeah, no, we saw your intent, and we
Yeah,
know.
first ball. I may have got that wrong. Nearly bowled on the first ball. But yeah, I'm one of those guys who see it, hit it. If it's up in my half, I'm going to go for it.
Yes.
Thing is, they didn't bowl in my half, and then as soon as they knew that, I think having played with Dwayne for the last 6 years in Claremont, he just told them where to sort of bowl. So I just thought, you know what, I'll just sneaky single with Mark Nicol, having eaten 1.2 kgs of beef last night at the Baron. We were a bit worried he's not going to make that quick run.
Well, I think we found the recipe for him, clearly.
Yeah, except he's going to have to eat 1.8 kgs tonight because I think he's burnt all the. Oh, there he goes. What's that? A few drinks.
That's probably a 400-gram steak going out to Simon Seager now, just so Mark can finish off his innings.
Talking about 400 grams, that's the combined weight of Sieg's calves out there, if you can see. Or is he riding a chicken, as Doug Morelia said? We're not too sure. But anyway, he's doing a good job in this heat for the boys.
Yeah, we don't want the wind to blow too much. Siegs might blow away.
Oh, no, sure.
Right, but the Zimbos
Okay, what is the score there?
Quencher, and it is currently 184 for 6 after 39. We are getting down to the business end of this innings now.
I don't want to say that we're very good at predicting, but you said 180 is near the end. I said 210. You know what I mean? This is.
Don't call us Nostradamus for nothing, eh?
No, not at all, mate.
And if you put money on it, you would have made a buckload.
Yes,
Anyway.
especially with the huge betting wall. The betting in the over-40s is massive.
Not much of a spread there.
No, there's not much of a spread.
But Rian de Wit now back from his opening end here, bringing back another left armour. Robbo facing. So let's see. I'm sure we will see these two start to open up now. Well, not that Bags isn't already opening up, but Robbo, I'm sure, will get a bit more intent with his batting. Oh, good luck first up.
So when he bowled to me this morning, he bowled a little bit slower than Big H, but the exact same shape. Very late swing.
Okay.
However, he got his length a little bit wrong.
Yes.
So I think with they basically saw that quite earlier on, and they changed him. But saying that, I think Robbo's going to pick it up here, and I think if he plays with a bit of intent, puts de Wit under pressure, I think we could actually see an interesting over. But again, I'm not jinxing nothing.
Yeah, but you're quite good at that this stage.
No, that's why there's a disclaimer.
Oh, yeah. Wide ball.
Wide ball. Okay. We'll take that run.
Rian is trying to stay clear of the arc. Robbo's got quite a big arc, and I think he's...
So did you say, what did you say? Oh, arc. Excellent. What's this, a family show?
Please excuse Bertie. His mind's constantly in the gutter, people.
That's
short
a shot.
Robbo smashes it to sweeper, and they trundle through for the 1. Right, this is going to be a contest now.
This is at 6 overs to go. 184 on the board.
I think Mark will like the ball coming back into him, and if it's anywhere remotely near his arc, I think you'll find our boundary riders in action. Oh, and just like that, that is a great shot.
What a shot.
Thank goodness this car park is overfull with everyone trying to get in to watch this game today, and a car nearly got hit. That was a great strike from Mark Nicol, and this is a pearl of an innings.
What is happening now? There's a
Mark
bat
currently
going out.
moves on to 44 of 24.
That is, what a knock.
What a knock. This may be our first 50, Bertie, for the
Oh,
over
no,
50s.
don't jinx it. No, it's not. He's on
Okay.
44. He's on 44.
Oh.
He's on 44. No, there's no such thing
We are
as
getting
50.
prompted by... We're getting
No.
We're
Now
getting
we've got
prompted by the Namibians to jinx it now, but Bags is better than that.
No, he's not. He's useless. It's only 44. We are not jinxing him. This is ridiculous. Bellboy started the rot yesterday.
Oh, Belly.
Yeah,
Being
I know.
thrown
That's
under
a
the bus
fine
here.
ad as well.
Right, let's see
And
what
here we
follows
go.
up here.
Oh,
And
has he
didn't
hit it down the
strike
throat?
as well, which is
Oh,
fine.
there we go.
A comfortable one to the fielder, and he moves on to 45. Right, and Zim in that vein have now moved on to 193. So we're 7 off the 200 mark, and we will have 5 overs after this. So Bertie well poised to try and get our 7, 8 and over off the last 5, which gives us a good total.
Very much so. And to be honest, with the pitch being so slow and the outfield being so big, I know it's the same for both sides, but we kind of always try rose tint our totals to make it seem higher or more defendable. But there genuinely is quite a slow outfield, and oh, let me just wait for this ball. Ah, good shot.
Robert finds the
And he's
gap.
found the gap.
Very nice shot for 2. It's a good over again from these two. Rian, I think, struggling a bit bowling to these aggressive batsmen at this stage of the game. That's over up, and Zim 195 for 6 with 5 to go.
I think this has been a really good comeback. I think this is the fight we saw against South Africa, even though we only made 65 when we batted, but South Africa were really pulling away.
Yeah.
And just Raymond Buchanan led the charge, just chasing Buffalo, as he calls it, never giving
Yes.
up, and just bowled, and we pulled them back to what I thought was actually quite a gettable total until we went to bat. Then things turned.
Look, we want to put that in the past, and don't get me wrong, we're going to learn a lot from it. But I think as we sit here now, I think we know what we need to do, and these two have definitely swung the momentum back in Zim's favour.
Yep, and I wasn't wanting to hop on the negative there. I think we carried forward that fight, that wherever we are, if we dig in, things will happen here. So, and I think these boys have completely done that. Okay, Nick Bay is back, or Bay is not too sure. Bay is not too sure to say that. He also bowled very well. He bowled little outswingers and then sort of like try to drift them into your pads. A thinking cricketer, their captain.
Yes, he had a very tidy period, and he definitely brought the run rate back a bit.
He did.
Bowls good areas.
He did. I thought that him and Norbert actually were the change in what Nick started the strangle, and then I think Norbert just carried it on there. So this is going to be very interesting. The late swing of their captain versus the big swing of our meat eater.
Oh, yes. And he is now currently looking to attack the biggest boundary on this field. So
he attacked the biggest tomahawk steak last night, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. He goes, it's it.
Oh, and is that in the gap?
No, that's not there, but it is 2.
And that's good running from the boys.
Yeah. He's
pulling that well from wide outside off, eh?
Do not say his total. Don't.
No, I haven't said anything.
Our stats man has just looked at us. He is now cringing for the two of us, thinking this is now the worst. This is the worst commentating he's ever heard.
3 more. 3 more. So the Zim dugout asking what Mark's on, so we can all see what we're going to do in
we're not
the next few balls.
We're not going to do anything. There's no jinxing for this. We are just going to... I mean, my commentator's cursing our captain. I know I'm going to be wearing a fine for that later, which I'm quite excited about. I actually like fines. I like fines, but would really like to see Mark just carrying what he does.
We all do. I mean, this is exciting cricket right now. Oh, and that was a nice ball on a length.
And that's that late swing that we spoke about. He just moves it just a half a bat, which is enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's sometimes even harder to face because that's when you get the big nicks. But we're starting to see a lot of hands on the hips. I think Namibia's done very well, but this heat is now starting to really... Oh, yeah.
He's bowling a good channel to Mark because he knows Mark's going to swing hard at that. And it's good. Interesting bat and ball contest here.
Yep. Yeah, and this heat is now really starting to get to everyone, even us in the commentary box as well. It's
Oh,
There we go. That's absolutely fine. That's one. Oh, there we go. There's a very
right.
tight run. Robin runs it.
Stole the
There we go.
second. That's great. I
Oh.
think that was a classic case of the heat getting to the Namibians here. Hey?
100%. And
That intensity is not quite there. The fatigue setting in.
there's a
Heat definitely getting to them.
few loud words being shared out of there as well because everyone is now frustrated. And this isn't any sort of sign on the Namibians. This is what all cricket teams do. We struggle. He goes for another big one. He tries to nip at the length, but Netbase told you thinking cricket a little bit too good for Mark Nicol on that occasion.
Absolutely. No, he definitely beat the bat. Definitely beat the bat on that occasion. So, be interesting to see how we finish up this over. And there it is.
There we go.
Just on the length for Mark to
Just on the
pull
length,
to the
they pulled it.
boundary.
Are they
Is
gonna
it
take
between
one
the
or two?
fielders?
Yes, they are. And for the first time,
And
well done,
that
Marquez!
is the first 50 for Zimbabwe in the over 40s. What a knock.
What a man.
Good old Bags. And that knock has given us some serious momentum towards the back end of this innings. Done a sublime job. And
there's
that,
Robbo
ladies
congratulating
and
him as well.
gents, is 51 in 31 balls from Bags himself.
And
Right.
Absolutely amazing. If you think
Sit
50
rep.
of 31 balls, and he's missed run about 6 or 7 trying to go for
Absolutely.
them. That just shows the striking power of him. What is Bags short for?
I'm not too familiar with his nickname, to be honest.
I think it's his middle name is Bagley.
The
guys were talking about it last night. We've
There
got
we
some
go.
very interesting middle names in our team. We have a Meader,
Yeah,
a
Arthur
Lingen,
Meader.
Arthur Meader, a Michael Simon Lingen. I don't know what Lingen means.
He lingers around after the bar a lot.
Oh no, Cooks, there we go. That's a fine. And
Right.
we've got
Well, let's just do a sit rep quickly, Bertie. So we are currently 201 for 6 with 4 overs to go.
okay. What are we calling here?
So
I'm
right.
now we've got over 200. I'm actually feeling very confident. The painkillers I've taken for my trapped nerve is actually starting to kick in, so I'm not too sure what I'm saying here. But I genuinely think that we could get to 230 here. I think 7 and over the
Yeah.
next 4, 229, 230. I think that's doable. Oh, that's a good shot. Straight the fielder though, but it's okay. It brings
Bags onto strike.
Yep.
Right. This
Mark
is gonna
Bagley Nicol. He doesn't like being Nicol. He says it's Nicol, but there's definitely an E at the end of his surname, so
There sure
it's
is.
definitely Nicol. And Nicol has pumped that.
That is a very conservative shot from Bagley.
To be honest, I actually like that. I think the little bit of fatigue is setting in this heat.
Yeah, I think he needs another steak.
And also I think just getting a breather and just keeping your head
Oh,
on
Robbo,
ice has,
great
it's a
shot.
good thing. There could be 2 there. Robbo's
This
going
is
to run.
where we got to squeeze it now, and they sure do. This is where you got to drive the dagger home with these singles. You know, if you're in the field in this heat, I think it's quite moralizing, you know, especially when they are turning ones into twos.
100%, and everyone, you can see the body language has dropped a bit,
Absolutely.
which we pick up on and we actually like. But there's still a lot of cricket out here today,
Oh,
and he hits that. That's 5 or 4 balls. Like I said, if we can get 2 more, that's our 7. And big man Bagley's back on strike.
yeah, I think he'll obviously be eyeing out the boundary to finish off this over.
Oh, he's bent over there, sucking in some deep breaths. Luckily, none of us smoke in this team.
Just smoke his
Oh, where's that?
coffee.
And he has cracked that.
No, into
Ah,
space.
okay, he's
Into space. 2 there, boys.
okay, 6 off the over.
And they
Still a good
restricted
over
that
for us, and there's 1 ball to
They
go.
still want to come. And they've restricted. No, there's 2 to come.
Are there 2 to come? Right.
2 to come.
I know the dugouts are trying to send us a message. Trenchard, don't walk in front of the side screen.
9.
29.
Sorry, just relaying some information back to the dugout. And Robbo going for the big one. Also
hasn't
falling
timed
short into space, which is fine. Yeah, good rotation of strike here.
This is
The
absolutely
intent is
fine.
clear. And
Right.
I think the Namibians are expecting it.
Yep, see guys, I was right. There was 1 ball left. Stats man, you got to get on the job here. Eh? He now looks like he's laughing. He knows he's doing an absolutely brilliant job. I must say the guys from Pitch Vision have been absolutely brilliant. I know viewership's gone up now because of our commentating, Corks, but they have really done. So I just want to actually say thank you very much to Pitch Vision.
I'm just waiting.
Leko is actually helping us. Say he's our stats man and doing the scoreboard and everything. He's just laughing the whole time. He's the biggest smile on his face. I don't know if it's because he thinks that we're idiots, but he's enjoying himself. And I think that's the biggest thing. That Corks is now starting to read comments on our over 40 group. Quite a few.
Few endearing ones and a few
Are we
not
taking
so.
a bit of abuse there, Corky?
I think it's a given, Bertie.
Who from Balboy and Malik? Are they still watching this
I
non-stop?
think they might be actually. Malik's definitely at lunch. So
It's a
I'm
Wednesday. They
focusing
might
on
be
the
playing
kickoff.
golf.
No,
The
he
Wednesday
can't.
afternoon.
Malik can't play golf. His arm's obviously still out of action. But I'm sure he'll be smashing his face with some lunch somewhere. And Bally's probably on the golf course.
Okay, now the very tricky
Ah,
spinner's
the
back on.
spinner. And he floats that one outside. That's good batting,
That is
boys.
great batting. Again, match awareness. Put the
Absolutely.
pressure back on the bowler. Bowling it to the big man who's on form. 52 or 30 odd balls here. And here we go. I think this is going to be a competition again. Guile versus strength.
We
Strength
floated
goes as you
that
get
up
down the throat of him.
and
No, once again, just short. That's fine.
that's good. The scoreboard's ticking over, and all it takes is one boundary in this over, and it's a decent one again.
I think their partnership now must be close to 70 odd. I think it was about 130 or 140 when they went in. We're about to find out from
Partnership's
Kakleko.
81.
81. I was
So
way off
what
like
an
I am with a lot of
outstanding
things in life.
partnership. He darted that one into Robbo. Robbo just tucked it in. No fielder there. The keeper has to chase it. They settle for one. This, I believe he's going to toss this up, Bertie, and I think Bags is definitely going to be up to the task.
Now the question is, does he toss it up outside or off if it's going to be on the stumps? This would go, he bowls the leggy,
There it is.
toss it up,
And
he's hit
Bags. Oh!
going for the catch to try get it up, and 4 runs.
Kept on dropping on the poor fielder and unfortunately threw for a boundary.
That would have been a great catch.
Would have been absolute stunner. As we said, Bags up for it and definitely not going to hold back whether there's fielder there or not. And it's the biggest boundary. Bags definitely going to town, yeah.
So for those of you who want to know why the Nedbank signs are around the ground, if we hit the Nedbank sign with the bounce, we get 500,000 rand. And if no, I'm just joking.
Jesus, I was going to say I'm not injured anymore.
No, to be honest, yeah, Nedbank have also sponsored us along with Pitch Vision. Also been brilliant.
Bags.
That's directly done. What's going on here? Could there be a run out? No.
This man's got all the muscle and
And the
clearly a
touch.
bit of finesse,
Oh.
eh?
Absolutely glorious.
He just keeps on giving.
So definitely tonight, I think we need him to eat 3 steaks, because if he does this after what he consumed yesterday, I'm all for it now. I'm a fan of gluttony.
No, I think he goes for a soup tonight, considering we've got a break tomorrow.
Oh, that is correct.
Yeah.
I like the way you're thinking. The man management skills.
Absolutely.
Robert plays it nicely.
Oh, and he punched it.
Very,
Clever
very good cricket.
there, boys. Oh,
That
Norbert's
is
got a
actually really
big
well
arm.
done.
And that's over up, people. And we are sitting on 217 for 6. 2 overs to come.
Is it just 2 overs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Zimbabwe definitely have resurrected this innings. And yeah, we've got 2 informed batsmen out there. So could be a fiery 2 overs to come, people.
Yeah, we said 230. We said from the start 230. We need another 12 runs for that.
I think anywhere between 230 250 is a very defendable score, Bertie, on this field.
Depending on
And
this
on these
over, obviously,
conditions.
I think the first 2 balls here are gonna dictate a lot what's going to happen. Because I think if one of these balls go for a boundary, of the first 2, I think 240 might be on the cards, because it will give it the impetus.
I concur.
So the first 2 balls are very important here for, I can't see his name, I can't pronounce his name, but number 10, Peter.
This is Peter.
It's up.
And
there we
Robbo
go.
absolutely
smokes
squares that.
So, like I said, it's going to
What a
set the
shot.
tempo for the next 2 overs. So I think we're now going to see what's going to come. A lot of pressure on
Peter.
Peter Meervison. I've just got the nod from one of the boundary riders here. To be honest, he's been standing here the whole time. He may as well commentate. He's actually done sweet nothing. To be honest, he's been here. He's now laughing as well. He's also asking for a few painkillers.
And ice.
Now there we go. He's stretching his leg. I definitely don't. That's right. I'm the old choppy in our team as well.
Yeah, shame. He's been boundary riding and has done some serious mileage
No,
today,
yeah.
our Namibian counterpart here. And Peter back.
And here we go. Let's see what comes. Is he going to bowl a better length, or is he going to actually toss it up a bit more? It's in.
Oh, Robert didn't quite get hold of that. Eyes lit up.
I think there was a bit of a slower ball there. I can't really see from this angle, but I think it was a little bit of a slow ball tossed up. Well, there we go. First 2-ball boundary. We've still got 10 balls left. What's going to happen?
Oh, that's
That's
wide.
got to be wide. The umpire's also moving very slowly. The heat's getting to them as well. I think he's also had 2 stakes last night.
Right.
Bacon Irene is good. I got to tell you, these oaks, they
Oh.
serve it up properly. And here we go. Mevison and Robbo. Robbo hits it. He cracks it. That's
Smashes that. What a
absolutely
good
cracked
try.
it.
Oh, and he's found the gap.
That is a great shot. I'm going to be biased and cheer. Well done, Robbo!
Absolutely cracking cricket shot.
I think that's one of the best of today, actually.
Absolutely.
I know that Baggs has hit some big sixes here, but that to me, with the
Phenomenal
slowness of the
shot.
track and the slowness.
Yeah, I think Robbo's definitely got the pace of this pitch worked out. And that's a hell of a shot.
That is a great shot. Here we go again. Where's Robbo? He now cracks it again. He's definitely finding the bat. He's playing with free will here. This is great cricket.
Boys are starting to tire out there in between the wickets.
Yeah, we're also getting a lot of questions from the dugout about what Robbo is on. I'm again scared to ask for
No, I
totals.
think we just let Robbo crack on and we will notify as and when.
Yes, exactly. I think our team can learn patience.
Absolutely. Oh,
And
that
that's
is
just been
another
again.
great
That is a
shot
great
with
shot.
great placement from Baggs. This is an absolute pearl of an innings from Baggs.
And
Tell you
what
what.
a great partnership. That's got to be close to a 100-run partnership now for the two gents. What are they on?
100 on the dot,
Oh,
Bertie.
this is I got to tell you, know what, folks, we're good at this, mate.
We are so good.
Supersport IPL, please. Our numbers are 083 954. Please, may you get us just give us a shout.
Absolutely. No, this is great cricket, and I tell you what, exciting finish to this innings.
Okay, I think this is also going to be a very big ball here as well.
Oh, he floated it up.
He hits it.
Bowler misfields off his own bowling, but they trundle through for the one. Field telling the bowler to hold it. No rush of blood there.
And that is 14 runs off the over, 231 or 232 or something.
229 for 6.
229 for 6.
And we are into the last over, Bertie.
Now I'll tell you the correct score. I didn't.
Yeah, there's a mistake. That's fine. You can see they're very happy. They're touching gloves, touching bats, touching all sorts of things out there. It's they're very excited to be batting with each other. Touching you. No, I promise you, we are not drinking.
No, I don't
This
know
is
what's
just-
in
this
your
is-
Coke, Betty.
Hold on, and we go. Lara goes, and Bagley hits it. He doesn't hit it cleanly. Where does it go? After they're going to run for two, they are. It's going to go the push. Oh my gosh, this is good cricket. 246. What a partnership! This is exciting. I got to tell you right now.
And
Sure.
this was the final delivery.
I gotta
Can we
tell
make
you-
that 250?
Yeah,
That's the
four
magic number.
spectators at the ground here. They nearly stood. They nearly stood on their feet there for that one. There we go. Last ball of the game. What's Bags going to do? It's up. He hit.
Oh,
And his
that's
Bags hit
good
that
placement.
thing, done the placement.
Is it
Is
placed well enough?
250?
And that's
And it's 250. What an unbelievable knock, boys.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Zimbabwe resurrected the innings. Cracker of an innings from Mark Nicol, and take nothing away from Robbo. What a partnership. And they have taken Zimbabwe to 250 for 6. And that's it for the Zim innings.
That is absolutely fantastic. Corky, good job, sir. Kakleko, good
Bertie,
job.
only a pleasure, and we will be back after lunch. I will be intermittently commentating, so those listening, thanks for sticking with us. See you after lunch. Bye. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And we are back. And Townsend rolling in, aka Dobbo. Dobbo is nursing a serious hammy injury, and as you can see, is rather tentative in his run up and approach, but whipping it down on the money. First ball that was not an extra. What a nut, Dobbo. Welcome back, boy. As you can see, still stretching it out. And yeah, unfortunately for the Namibian, the decision went the Zim way. So great start here from Zimbabwe, and Dobbo putting the ball right on the spot. Hopefully he hasn't done himself an injustice with that hammy and can continue. But yeah, favorable conditions here, especially considering the Namibians when they were out in the field. It was an absolute scorcher. Conditions have changed. We've got a bit of wind, which is very welcomed, and yeah, overcast. So chalk and cheese, and I'm assuming with these conditions, even the likes of Dobbo will get a bit of swing. So let's hopefully see if he can warm up and get into a rhythm, because he's a good bowler to watch, and I think he can do a bit of damage here on this sort of wicket, which is sticking. And he'll be bowling against former Zimbabwean, none other than Norbert. Norbert obviously can hold the bat and is an accomplished batsman, so I'm sure he's going to knuckle down here and try and grind out for a few overs and rotate the strike. But I'm sure this pitch will start to get slower as the afternoon cracks on and these conditions, yeah, play out. Anyway, Zim off to a bit of a flyer. It's 1 for 1 with Dobbo Townsend bowling from the commentary end. And as you'll notice on TV, on Pitch Vision, that our friend Steve Trenchard is actually on the field and keeping. I don't think it was as severe as we initially thought, but nonetheless he is toiling and is being very brave and cracking on behind the stumps. Oh, Dobbo. It's a great night, shaping away and put a bit of venom into that one. Inside edge from Norbert down to fine leg. None other than Mr. Seeger down there. Good start here for Zim. And let's see if Dobbo can get warm. Right, new batsman on strike here. Batsman is Mr. Yahan now. Here we go. That's a great line of length from Mr. Townsend. Batsman just cautiously watches it go through to the keeper. Yeah, from Dobbo. Easing into it nicely. Keeps holding his hammy every now and then, hopefully not causing any extra damage by doing this. Ball, good shot. Piercing the cover region and an easy 2 for Namibia. And there's Mr. Farrell doing the classic bowling action into the keeper. I think as you watch over the afternoon, you will see a fair few of the Zimbabwean players have adopted that technique along with the underarm. Oh, Dobbo Townsend grabbing, stretching that quad hammy. Right, and that's over up, and Namibia are 4 for 1. Right, what is Douglas going to do here? He's going to put a bit of off spin and none other than himself on. This has been the trend throughout the week, and Dougie has kept it very tight from that end. I think on a slow turning wicket, this is a good move. Try and restrict the run flow from the get-go, put the batsman under pressure. Sending long off out onto the boundary, bringing mid on up. Trenchy running off to get his helmet. Keeping up to the stumps to Doug. And Dobbo Townsend stretching a whole ball, which is a lot. Bertus Erasmus warming up like he's going to get a trundle, but I think he's got another thing coming because that ain't never going to happen. Dougie has opened the last two games, and again, South Africa was very effective against a very good opening pair. They definitely didn't chance it to him, and he kept them quiet. And even yesterday against the SA Invitational, kept it very quiet, and I struggled against him. Commentators cursed because his first ball to Norbert, who's obviously seen a fair bit of Doug in the past, goes for 4. Lovely shot through point area, and yeah, straight through the inner field. So this afternoon, I will be intermittently on here as serving as 12th man to our fellow Zim teammates who will need a lot of hydration and running around. And I'm on my own unless I can get a volunteer Namibian to pop on and to assist. Dougie floating it up, much better line and length. Solid 4 defense there from Norbert. Dougie putting in good areas, right back on it. It's a good comeback after the first ball. Yeah, solid, restricting the flow here. Yeah, it's good stuff from Doug. Norbert thinking of one, stayed in his crease. Oh, Frenchy misses one, and it's run away for nothing. No shot offered. So non-event. Don't think so. Yep, no shot offered, hence no boundary. So Zim get away with that one on the extras front, and we are currently at 8 for 1 after 2. Dobbo back, looking to get into a rhythm here, having warmed up in the first over. Bowling to Mr. Now. Throws it up outside off, and a good shot from Mr. Now down to third man. Just be the single. Good attacking fielding there from Mr. Buchanan. Up. Much better line. Norbert not interested in going for that. Not seeing much movement though from Dobbo. Oh, spraying one down to the leg, wide ball. I think he was looking to shape that into Norbert, a bit of a swing. Got his line wrong. Much better line and length. Come back. Oh, that's good bowling. Starting to crank it up a bit, Chadobo. Definitely getting a bit warmer. Finding a routine, bit of a rhythm going. Good to see him in somewhat full flight. Coming off a short run though. Oh, Norbert chasing that, exaggerating it and getting a wide because of it. Oh, that's good comeback. Heavy ball, Norbert moving his bottom hand as it popped on him. Good over this. Oh, bit of movement there. That's the in swing we were talking about, just the wrong line, wrong channel. Another wide is awarded. Onto Norbert's legs, he just tucks it away to mid-wicket for one, and that's the over up. And Namibia are 13 for 1 after 3. Namibia will be looking to get off to a good start here, regardless of losing 1 wicket. Chasing 250 on this ground, it's not going to be the easiest of tasks. They'll definitely need wickets at the back end to try and chase this total down, as Zimbabwe did. Had a finished off with a very good partnership with Mark Nicol and Robbo, and that carried us to a formidable total. Maybe a key here now for them is to rotate the strike, get onto their 4 or 5 and over, and keep wickets in hand. If they can do that, then it's game on for sure. I believe they've got some serious batting power to come, some big hitters who can clear these big boundaries. So I think they will play an integral role later on in this game. And for the Zimbabweans, it's about bowling the right line and length and keeping sharp in the field to minimize the singles and the ones into twos. Douglas tossing that one up. Norbert thinking about it, not following through with the shot. Dougie, very good at mixing up his speed and got a very good arm ball. Obviously tweaks the odd ball that can catch the batsman by surprise. Finding some good areas here. Oh, flighted that one up. Tempting ball. Norbert not interested, wanting just to rotate the strike. Very educated cricketer, Norbert. So will understand what he has to do in this situation and understands where the game is currently. So I'm sure he's just going to keep his head, maintain his wicket, and just try and keep that scoreboard ticking over. Dougie bowling good areas, and that's a good tight over. One coming from it. 14 for 1 now. This is exactly the sort of thing that Doug does. Strangles the batsman of runs and hopefully can capitalize from the other end. I do believe that the Namibian captain went and chatted with the scorers at the lunch break, and they were discussing Duckworth Lewis, because if it comes down to it, and we believe that there is a bit of moisture supposedly coming at some point in the afternoon, Duckworth Lewis may well come into play, and it's a great cracking shot from Norbert, capitalizing on a full toss and crunching it for 4 through extra cover. So Namibians are well aware of where they need to be on the runs and in what over and wickets at any point in the game. I think they're keeping an eye on it in case the rain does come into effect. And this being the first ODI or 45 over match between Namibia and Zimbabwe for the over-40s, there's a lot on the line here. First of all, bit of bragging rights, and second of all, trip to the finals on Friday. And I think whoever does win this game will be facing South Africa, who are a formidable outfit, dominated both Zim and Namibia so far in this tournament. Although we did see that SA Invitational had a good start against them earlier. Namibia taking some quick runs there, opportunistic runs. Zimbabwe not as awake in the field, and Namibia capitalizing. Dobbo bringing it back. Good line and length there. Good comeback. So it's important today, if we do get through this, the likes of Dobbo and those other injured Zimbabwean players can get through and play the final on Friday, or third and fourth playoff at this stage. So a lot on the line here for both sides. Oh, Dobbo, it's a great comeback. What a nut. Right, and Namibia are currently 20 for 1, sorry, after 4 overs, after 5. So Namibia going at a comfortable 4 and over. They'll need a bit more than that, but I think they are just working on establishing a bit of a base for now, and we'll wait for their big hitters to come into play at some point later in the innings. Split into 3 sessions. We've got our first session in the first 15 overs, then drinks, and you're only allowed 3 out. And then the second session, 15 to 30, you're allowed 4 out. And then the last session, you're allowed 5 out. So a fair bit of strategy involved for these teams. And yeah, I think we've got a good game on our hands this afternoon. Douglas floating it up there, trying to entice something. Batsman not interested, cautiously and comfortably dropping it for nothing. Again, goes again. Looking for the single, Arch Harley quick onto it. Left-hander, so easy pick up and into the keeper. I think the batsman would have been in trouble if they had to risk a single there. Aggie doing a good job restricting runs from his end as always. Pushing that one through a bit quicker. Looking for a bit of spin. Batsman plays it out to cover. Oh, and he does another floater. Batsman not interested. Bit of turn there. I think encouraging signs for Douglas to work with here. Get a few to rip through past the bat. Yeah, good shot past short mid wicket. Out to Raymond Buchanan. Slides and does the good old bowl into the bowler. Great arm, Ray. Douglas good over. And Namibia 21 for 1. Dobbin, his third over. Hopefully he's feeling good now. This is a good sign. Hopefully that hammy's not too many issues, and I think if he's on just third, It's obviously not as bad. Wayward line there. Just pushing it down leg. High ball. Have to bowl that one again. Now wide outside off. Not looking too happy with himself. Dobber just got to find his rhythm here. Give away too many extras this part at this juncture of the game. That's a better length, better line. A lot of encouragement coming from his fielders. I think this sort of age bracket, you need all the help you can get when you're trundling in. And that's a much better delivery. Batsman just punching it out to Mark Farrell on the covers. No run. Dougie making some changes now. Always looking at where, what, who, how. And brought himself up into a short catching position. Hoping the batsman's going to not get the pace. And that takes us to 24 for 1 after 7. So these two doing a good start here for Zim, and the Namibians keeping their wickets. Dougie back
the momentum. We're going to keep it in the back. Come on. Let's go, boys. Come on. Come on.
Spot push. Hold them quick, Bertie. Bertie, arrest. No, mate, with the small opening batsman first. Sorry, the tall one in the middle there. So I don't know what I'm doing. Field anyway. Hey, Bertie. Come on. Drinks here, boys. One more drinks. for me, die clean and die by myself. Boys.
It's off, eh? It's on. And we're back after the first session of drinks, and Namibia currently 69 for 1 after 15. Doug Marilia resuming to Norbert. And that's a great shot. Nothing, 2 bags. So I think Zim have done a bad job, but I think definitely better in that session, having kept their wickets. And Roy, the great ball from Doug. But yeah, Norbert and Mel are batting quite well here, not taking any risks, and are making Zimbabwe work quite hard to get a wicket. Douglas bowling tight lines, Norbert trying to just pat it away. think this next session is going to be an interesting one. Generally, the spinners come on now. Oh, he's put that away nicely. Great sweep from Norbert. Bertie chasing with all his might to no avail. Pull the shoot, Bertie. Great shot from Norbert. Doug just swinging straight with his line there, but bring it away. So this is where they've been good, the Namibian batsmen. They are putting away the bad ball. And I think this rain is around now, so if anything, the Namibians will want to get on with it a little bit to be ahead of the run rate, considering they've got quite a few wickets in hand. In case DL is brought into play. Doug tossing it up, enticing Norbert, fielding off his own bowling. Cricket. So the Namibians cruising here at the moment. Lots of wickets in hand. Oh, head up to Siegs and took a quick single. Bit of a fumble from Siegs. And that's the end of the over. Right, so Namibia 74 for 1 after 16. And Norbert currently on 36. And Johan Nal currently on 26. Right, who's coming on from this end? Doug keeping the spin at bay for now. And bring on Mr. Mark Farrell. A good little quickie. Bowls a nice tidy line and length and can bowl a heavy ball when he wants to. He'll need to keep it tight outside off to keep these batsmen quiet and try and bring this run rate back. So Doug realizing there's 4 out now after the first drinks break. So positioning of fielders who have the ability to throw and get around the park is key here, considering there's not many able bodies on the Zim team at this stage. Doug himself as a skipper sending himself to the boundary. Now we have a deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, deep long on, and a deep mid off. Bertie's so close to me, might as well commentate. Trenchy giving him instructions to go a bit finer. Right, Marky getting ready. Bertie, they always have. Oh, and he's off to a good start. Good line of length. Orbit up to the task and does a great little paddle down to third man. Third man up in the circle. Didn't make the boundary though. Dobber having to chase with a dodgy hammy, and they ran 3 there. But encouraging signs from Mr. Farrell. It was a good line of length. Just got to keep that channel. Like got a bit of movement off that ball as well. Nice little off cutter. They feel that the batsman will definitely target that third man area, so they've moved Arch in there, who can run a bit quicker than Dobbo, considering the hamstring injury. Arch into third man. Yeah. So now just punching it down the ground to Bertie for 1. Norwood back on strike. Mark putting it onto Norbert's legs, just turns it into the mid-wicket region for a single. Rotating the strike quite comfortably here, the Namibians. Don't seem to be flustered at all, under no pressure at this stage. It's important for the Zimbos to try and get a breakthrough here. I think you'll see a shift in momentum, but at the moment, Namibians looking very, very comfortable. Good line and length from Mark, and just punched into the cover region for a dot ball. The wind's picking up here, still overcast. Interesting to see what happens in the next hour with this weather. It's a good cover shot, well placed, straight through the cover region, and it's going to go all the way. It's a great cover drive for 4. Not a bad ball at all.
but well timed. Considering the slowness of the pitch, he waited, very patient. Right, wrote the bounce. Current partnership also 82, so this is a good stand for the Namibians, considering the loss of an early wicket. He resurrected the innings here and look to be in cruise control for now. Currently 8-9 off the over. One more ball to go. Same shot, but just found the fielder this time. Good fielding from Zim. Malcolm Paddy in the court and the covers there. We're 83 for 1 after 17. And yeah, Vivian seem to be in control at this stage. Interesting to see what the Zimbos do, who comes on when and how they can bring this back and get a scalp. That's what it will take. One or two quick scalps here, and Zim are back in it. But at the moment, maybe are just cruising along. Dougie bringing himself back, hoping to get one through the gate with Norbert. And if not, then hoping to just control the run rate for now. Darts it back in. Norbert plays it short fine leg. No run. Dougie into his 8th over as well. So I think he'll bowl himself out here. And then we'll have to see who will come on and replace him that end. Tossing that one up. Norbert just plays it comfortably out to Seeger at mid-off. And they take a single. Cricket doesn't seem to be slowing up as we predicted. To be honest, seems like quite a decent surface. As slow as it was this morning, but nothing too serious. Batsmen seem to have adjusted well to this pace. Again out to Seeger, this time no single. Seeger walking in, restricting any runs out to him for that ball. Douglas tossing it up, tempting the batsman. Now up to it and just punches it back to the bowler. Douglas darting that in a bit more, veering up his speed quite nicely here, keeping the batsman thinking, not giving him an inch of width either. It's a good over from Doug at the moment. Just the single from it. Oh, that's a good ball. Straight over from Douglas Marilia. One from it. Leaving Namibia 84 for 1, sorry, off 18. So Namibia, interestingly enough, our current run rate of 4.67 and the required run rate is 6.19. So if Zim can just keep them back and keep them at bay the way they are now, even though it looks like maybe on cruise control, if that run rate keeps creeping up later on. So Zim just needs to keep it tight here. They're not picking up too many singles. The wind has definitely picked up. Tents are blowing away here. Glasses are shattering. I think this weather's definitely changing. That's all. It's all happening here at SEC. The attack. Oh, that's a good ball outside off. Batsman just strokes it after the covers. Run a single. Norbert just punching it down to mid on, just for the single again. Bit of panic in the crowd as tents are flying away here. Everyone rushing around and scrambling to tie them down. Or bit of push there, but well punched into the middle of region. Again, just a single. This is nice. This is good. So, two singles and over. Hitting that inevitable boundary. Oh, and he mixed it up nicely. Almost caught Norbert through the gate. Norbert did well to keep that out. And again, similar length. Punched out to middle off this time, and they'll just run through for the single. And that's a great over from Mr. Farrar. Namibia 89 for 1. Right, and Dougie off and Bertie back on. Bertie change of ends. I think this is a ploy now to buy a wicket. Not disrespecting Mr. Erasmus, but I think on this deck and the way Dougie thinks, I think the chance here if Bertie can put it in the right place, and Bertie done well. He had 2 dot balls to start the over to Norbert. Bertie, a hell of a cricketer, potential has no bounds, and clearly showing his skill set now by bowling. Oh, looked like he rolled the fingers there, and they punch it down to Siegs for a comfortable single. See if Bertie can win with the breakthrough, yeah. Well, the run flow. 1 or 3 balls at this stage. Now facing. And Bertie, same areas, and they punch it out to cover a region again for a dot ball. Bertie chasing after his own bowling. It's going to be rather poked after this over. A lot of running around here. And the wind is relentless, still howling out here. Oh, Bertie, this is a hell of an over. Punched out to Rob again for a dot ball. All to go, and there's just a single from it. Bertie pulling it back nicely here. Oh, an effort ball from Bertie. I'm sure we could hear that at the mic from here. And they're pushing it 2 here. Big arm from Siegs over the stumps and 2 runs. Tidy over from Bertie there, giving 3 away only and taking Namibia to 92 for 1 off 20. So almost the halfway point of this game, and I think we were neck and neck, to be honest. Zim also around the 90-odd total, but I think we had lost a few more sticks than Namibia. So all to play for here, and I think it's quite evenly poised, although the run rate is climbing a little bit. Currently at 6.36, that's the required rate at least. Current rate is at 4.6, so not a lot in it, to be honest. And I think the Namibians with wickets in hand could be quite dangerous further down to up the rate quite easily. Mark Farrar back on from the commentator's end. Full toss onto the pads, and Norbert punches it down to Robbo. And Robbo chucks it into bowler's end, and they took a cheeky second and safe. Bertie's run all the way from bowling a sublime over there to the boundary and out of breath completely, Bertie. 94 of 20. Here's the score update. I was just shouting out to Doug Marilia, also on the boundary. Everyone keeping an eye on the scoreboard with weather looking a little bit ominous, but I think it may stay away if this wind keeps going. Yeah, Mark running good areas. Norbert just hitting it out to mid-wicket. Mark Farrell shortening his run up and rushing the batsman a little bit. Maybe a little bit of a tactical ploy. Any time out there. And over currently 2 off it, 4 balls. Area, and they drop and run 1. So again, the Namibians quite disciplined in rotating the strike and just taking the cheeky 1s and 2s, which are adding up. And again, 3 off it, 1 to come. Not going to rush the batsman, has to go back to the top of his run up. Well, that's down leg, he'll have to bowl that one again. So the Namibians on the verge of 100, breaking the 100 run mark, and 1 more ball in this over. Oh, and a swing and a miss. Pace off there from Mark Farrar, cheeky smile. Good delivery there. Right. Namibia, 96 for 1 of 21. Lots of wickets in hand for Namibia. Lots of batting to come. Zimbabwe keeping the run rate somewhat suppressed for now, but lots of batting to come from Namibia. I think Zim need 1 or 2 wickets here just to try and put a bit of pressure on the Namibians. But yeah, quite evenly poised at this juncture. And Bertie on for a third. Dropping it a bit short, and Norbert latching onto that quickly. Punching cut shot through the covers for 4. And that brings up Norbert's 50, 52 of 69 balls. Well batted, Norbert. Definitely giving back to his country here. Playing for Namibia and taking himself to a nice, well-structured 50. Right, Zim really do need a wicket here. Norbert in fine form. Great support on the other side from Null. They really are turning over the strike nicely and hitting the bad ball well. Zim dig deep. Bertie brings it back with a dot ball. Out on the leg and a single, comfortable single there. And that's a 100 partnership from Nell and Norbert. Great, well-structured partnership that is. And it's definitely salvaged the innings for them. Punch it out, looking for a second, not to rob his arm. Bertie bringing it back nicely. Tying down Norbert with the dot ball there. Oh, that's a good nut there. And Bertie finishes that over from it. 23 overs. Basic math. 38 balls with 9 wickets in hand. all set to be in favour of Namibia at the moment. Some wickets in hand. Zim need a strike bowler to pull through here. Break this partnership at least. We're looking a bit too comfortable at this stage. Bertie again doing the hard yards, having bowled, coming all the way down to long mid off. Doing what it takes for the Zim team. Line and angle. Outside edge. Gully region for a single.
147, 23, please.
6.8. Oh, that's a good ball. Tucked him up. Norbert still gets away for a single though. Mark. 6.5, 6.49 run rate currently. That's what the required run rate is. Oh. Marcus letting one go through his bowling there. Stealing a cheeky little single. As it stands, Norbert 54 and Johan now on 38. Well, that's a good ball. Mark getting into the rhythm here now. But it's a decent line of length. Tying these two up. Getting a bit of length. And great fielding from Ray Buchanan on the boundary. Had to cover a lot of ground, and they come back for 3 though. But saved a 1 there for sure, Ray. Commitment out in the field from the Zimbos. Namibian starting to up the ante a bit, yeah. This partnership well established, and now they're starting to pick up singles and threes and get a comfortable 7 in this over. So Zim got to watch out here. They're setting a good platform for the rest of the team to come and launch. And I feel we've got a change of bowler here. Birdie's done a good job. Ate up a few overs. But now we have none other than Mr. Arthur Meader Harley. Nice little left arm spinner. Comes from height and tends to catch the batsman unawares, especially if they've never faced him before. Bowls a nice skiddy little Chinaman. And yeah, hopefully Arch can be the difference here. Got man of the match yesterday, so coming off very good game and tied the SA Invitational side up from his end. So let's see if he can do the same here today. Bowling to Mr. Jan Nal. Very solid out there on 39. And Namibia 109 for 1 after 23 overs. This wind's also going to make it a challenge. That's a big boundary this side, so Arch can also float up one to entice these guys. Oh, what a nut to start. Look at substance. How did that miss? Another coat of paint, baby. Very good start from Arthur Harley. Right on the line. I was tossing that one up, giving it fine. Seeger trying to restrict the 2. They come back comfortably. Big arm from Seeger to Trenchard. Backing up from Townsend. Arch looking to be a bit quicker that time. Bit of turn there. Encouraging signs for Arthur. Nice line and length. Dive in the covers from Robbo. Saves him from running for 2 at least. Orbit gloves seem to be nice and sweaty now. Been out there for a long time. Taking them off at the non-striker's end. Having to reshuffle himself as he approaches. Oh, Arch, that's a great night. Drags Norbert out for the poor defensive shot and beats the bat. But tickles it around. Quite a tidy start there from Arch. And as we sit now, we are 113 for 1 off 24. Right, the Namibians keeping their wickets nicely here. And these two are continuing to push on with the singles. Doing a great job for the Namibians. I think they'll be very happy with the start, considering they had a first wicket in the first over. They've come back, fought hard well to get to where they are now. Still a lot of cricket to go here, but Zimbabwe definitely need to try break this partnership at some point. Oh, it's a good line and length from Mark Farrell. Definitely hitting his straps now. Very good. Fielding his own bowling there, straight back to him. Obtaining any runs. 2 dot balls, Starcher. Swaying onto the legs there and punched into that wicket for Mr. Nicol. Oh, that's a good ball. Well defended by Norbert though. Wind definitely howling here. Had to pack away all the Nedbank tents, which we are the main sponsors of the event. Oh, Norbert seeing it well and crashing it for a 1 bounce 4 through Carl corner there. Picked up the length very quickly and was onto it. Short guy Norbert and loves anything short. Right, that pulls Namibia onto 117. Just trucking along nicely here. Comeback from Farrell. Great over. It was just the boundary at the end of the day. Current run rate 4.7 and required 6.7. So still keeping well within track here. 34 runs are required off 120 balls. Lots of wickets in hand. Maybe doing well. Arch back on the town side or hillside. Looking to drag this run rate back. Start punched out to Robbo in the covers. No run. Oh, and Arch beats the outside edge again. Making him play and beating the bat. Very good ball. Getting a bit of bounce and turn. And on the slow deck, if they want to go after him, they're definitely going to have to time it well. Oh, Arch veered on his length there. Line at least. And it's they come back for a cheeky second as well. The Zimbo's getting a bit tired out there. Right, on that note, lovely ladies and gentlemen, I am now going to activate my side. So keep viewing and we'll try and come back on towards the end of the game.
Come on, Marcus. Come on, pal.
And we are back live. Hope you guys didn't miss me too much. This seems to be turning into quite an exciting match. Arch bowling from the hillside, new batsman at the moment, and I believe he is a big hitter of the ball. Look at the size of the man. Norbert still cracking away here, having a great innings for Namibia, 75 off 105 balls, and Dwan Viljoen is batting with him. These guys have a bit of work to do, but as do Zim. So currently 176 for 3 off 35, and the current run rate just a smidgen under 5, and it is creeping. The required run rate almost up to 8. So overs are running out, runs are required, wickets in hand, but they've got to attack the ball here. Singles aren't quite going to cut it. Oh, that's a brilliant piece of fielding from Robbo. What a great piece of fielding. Norbert looked like he was going to stick it out to the end. Unfortunately, his mate Robbo has undone him in the field, throwing at one stump effectively and hitting it. What a great run out. Is that the momentum shift Zimbabwe required? What a great knock. Take nothing away from Norbert. He had a great knock there and put Namibia well into the contest. Right, is that the momentum shift? So, as it stands, we are almost in the 36th over, 9 to go. Ooh, target of 251, and they are currently on 176. All to play for both sides. There's a lot on the line here, but that is a pivotal moment in this match for Zim. Well batted to Norbert though, as he walks off to a big applause and standing ovation from his teammates there in the dugout. Great knock there. Right, so Arch Harley is currently in his 6th over. So he'll only have 2 more after this. And his figures are 0 for 24 or 6.4. Arch bringing it back nicely, going on an economy rate of 3.6. Great effort tying down his end, putting the pressure on the batsman. Right. Arch digging it in, getting quite a bit of spin there. Like we discussed earlier on in the day, I think this pitch has slowed up somewhat and it's keeping a little bit lower. So it's actually hard to hit boundaries now. And with the wind factor, not that easy out there. And from Arch, tucked away down leg. Are they going to come back? Keep staying with a comfortable single as it is end of over, and Mr. Viljoen wants the strike. Right, 177 for 4 off 36 overs. Oh, and the run rate is a smidgen over 8.2. So it's all happening here at the SCC. Robbo back into the attack. Robbo just the one who structured that brilliant run out on the other end there. And he had one stump. Sending Trenchard back. I think he's going to bend his back here. So Robbo just got to find his line and length. Put the new batsman under pressure. Oh, and it's a brilliant ball outside off. Punch down the ground for 1. Looking for 2. Can they come back to Bertie's arm? And they do. Bertie, hell of an effort to get it in quick. I think Bertie's going to need a few painkillers and tequilas tonight to keep that arm in check. And a few mad dogs. Right. Oh, Robbo. Punch back to Robbo, but it is sticking, and the batsman is hitting it a little bit uppishly. 2 off the over so far. Robbo bowling his 3rd ball now. Oh, bit of bounce there. But slow bounce, tennis ball bounce, if anything, which is hard to hit. Batsman gonna have to be patient and wait for it. Oh, Robbo swaying down leg there, giving away an extra ball in the over.
Right, so we are currently 3 off the over with that wide and an extra ball. See what the Namibians are going to come up with here. Punched it through. Looking for the 2 again. Running well, these 2 now. Turning 1s into 2s. Big field out that way, big boundary, so they can capitalize on these 2s. Getting tight here at the end. Oh, Robbo, what's a great ball. Batsman did well to keep it out, but Robbo right in the block hole, right on his toes. Very good delivery. Right, we've got 1 to come to finish the over. 5 from it. They need 8 and over now, so it's good over. Oh, and he goes for it. Oh, and he hits it straight and true. Beats mid off. 9 off the over in the end, so they did well, Namibia. Right on the button there. And that's exactly it. I don't know if you heard Bertie in the field, that booming voice. 65 runs or 48 balls. That's where we are. Arch back from the other end, from the hillside end. Looking to take a stick here. New batsman facing. I think they will definitely try and keep this guy on strike. I think Dougie's going to do an attacking field here. If he's going to risk it to go over the field, give him the chance to do so. But I think the Zimbabweans are going to try and keep him at one end. Arch bowling onto the pad, spinning it away. Not easy to face. Also coming from that height with a bit of bounce. Slow deck. Let's see, Arch can time down here. That's exactly what he does. Oh, and he gets a thick outside edge. Well, it's running away to the boundary. Mark Farrar does well. Stops Maradona style and keeps it down to 2. Good ball from Arch. Just catching the outside edge there. 2 off the first ball. Oh, batsman moving across and back. It's exactly what Arch wants to see. Big LBW candidate here if Arch does the arm ball. Likes to see the batsman going back and then he darts it in. As he done there. Batsman gets hold of it though. Hits it uppishly into the cow region just for the single. Good to see they're trying to contain this here. Field changes now as Viljoen's back on at the batsman's crease now. Oh, good ball from Arch, squared him up. Trying to play to the leg, gets the leading edge into the off region for a single. Good nut there. Rotating the strike quite well here, the Namibians, but is it enough? 2 balls to come in the over. Yeah. Good fielding, good field placing there. Dropped it a bit short and cut it. Right, run rate creeping now. Now at 8.5 and over. Current run rate at 5. So need to keep it tight. Maybe I need a boundary. Oh, that almost rolled back onto the stumps. Great nut. Great over there from Arthur Hartley. Contained them nicely in that over. At least, and this run rate seems to increase rapidly here. Over by over, ball by ball now. So let's see if the Zimbabweans can maintain this momentum. Partnership currently on 14. Mr. Viljoen, 24 of 19 balls, and Mr. De Wit, 3 of 5. Right, Mr. Robbo back into the attack. What magic has Robbo got? Bowling to Mr. Viljoen, the big hitter. Field spread. Wind still howling here. Big boundary. Oh, Robbo, good line and length. Played with respect by Mr. Viljoen there. Just played it, punched it straight back to Robbo. We're finding a nice line and length early on in this over. But wayward on to the leg side there. They are 2 here. And they get 2. I think Zimbabwe will be happy with that for now. Containing the boundaries is what they are more interested in, especially with the big hitter on strike. And they want to give him the single, get the new batsman, Mr. De Wit, on strike as well. So seems to be playing into their hands. Oh, and I think there was an edge. Edge to Mr. Trenchard. Unfortunately put down. Trenchy obviously not a full-time keeper, but doing an amazing job behind the stumps. And great bowling there by Robbo. Game ball this way, pulled away to Doug Marilia. Takes it after one bounce. Contains it to one. Right, now he's batting to a new batsman, taking his guard, Mr. De Wit, again. Looking at something, not sure what's going on here. How many balls are left? Over. 2. Right, Robson getting his chance now to bowl. De Wit here, brand new batsman, what can he do? Field staying out. I feel that they won't give him a single, 2 balls left in the over. Get him on strike for the next one. And he cuts it for 1. That's fine. They want to keep Mr. De Wit on strike for the next over. But can they contain Mr. Viljoen for 1? I think with his hitting ability, the game poised as it currently stands, swing at this one. Hitting with the wind. Smaller boundary as well. Rob tucks him up nicely. And he just hits it away for 1. Wanting the strike for the next over. Tidy over there from Robbo. And the run rate is creeping up. Now at 9.3. Zimbabwe are doing a hell of a job here towards the back end. 6 overs left only at 195. It's well poised, well situated this match. 56 off 36 is what Namibia currently require. 6 wickets in hand. Arthur Harley going to bowl through. Had a great spell so far. Mr. Harley, man of the match, was bowling yesterday, and he's doing a hell of a job again today. So, field is out, restricting the ones on the inner circle, and then a lot of boundary riders. You allowed 5 out at the stage of the game. Let's see what can happen in this over. Arch bowling a nice line and length onto the legs there. Are they going to keep it 2-1? Yes. Good fielding from Bertie there. Oh, just felt a few drops. Is Duckworth Lewis going to come into effect here? Scorer scrambling to get some cover. Doesn't want the equipment to get wet. Light drizzle here. What's the impact? Duckworth Lewis. I don't have it in front of me. Take another single though. Right, 197 for 4. Archibald 2 balls of this over. Mr. Viljoen facing. Hitting into the wind and into the big boundary that side. Oh, that's a great nut. Bounce and turn. Trenchy appeals. Very good nut. Umpire not interested. No bat involved there. Great delivery though. Yeah. Good line and length again from Arch. Push it away just for the single. Zim will be happy with this. Very happy with this. Arthur Harley does it. Ball stays low. Umpire sticks him. Everyone's scrambling now. Are the covers coming on? Next batsman, Mr. H, walking out though. Umpires walking together. Are they going to call it? See out another over. See out this current over. Still 2 balls to come. Not too sure how the current Duckworth Lewis stands.
But it is light, like I say, but could potentially get a little bit harder. I don't think it will call the game off, but we may go off, so disrupt play. There's still a fair bit of time, so it shouldn't cause too much of an issue. Right, Big H at the crease, long levers. I'm sure he can hit a ball a mile as well. Two big hitters at the crease. Oh, Charlie taking a wicket there. And his figures are 1 for 32 off 8. Oh, big appeal again. Umpire not interested though. Great spell from Arthur Harley. Finishing off 1 for 32 with an economy of 3.62. Great effort. And run rate is currently sitting at... Check the run rate. Run rate just a smidge enough to under 5, and it's actually required run rate crept up to 10.6 now. So, I think another big over from Robbo and another big wicket, and Zimbabwe are looking good. But this game can shift, as we know and seen throughout the day. We've seen huge momentum shifts throughout the day. Robson running in to Mr. Viljoen. And that's a great line and length. Big appeal. Oh, I think that was tracking down leg. Robbo getting a bit of an off-cut motion movement on the ball there. I think the umpire gave it in favour of the batsman heading down leg. But definitely with a swing with intent there from Mr. Viljoen. Robbo bowling a decent line and length, tying him up there. And again, nice sponge bounce, tennis bounce. Good fielding from Mr. Harley. Contains a single there. Putting his body on the line, diving on the wicket. Right, new batsman at the crease, left-hander. Doug looking to reset his field for the new batsman. Try and contain him here. Haven't seen a lefty from the Namibians yet today. It's the first one. They had 1 million left-arm bowlers and only one left-hand batsman. Let's see how Big H goes here to Robbo. Robbo getting it shape away nicely from the batsman. Bowling medium pace off cutters. If he puts it on the legs, cutting it away from him, he will have a bit of trouble. Oh, and he goes straight. First ball. Is it a no man's land? Can Doug get there? Oh, Doug, great effort. Doug dives there. Great effort, putting his body on the line for the country. It's a good line and length from Robbo, though. It's hard to hit off this wicket, as Big H just saw. But I think the intent is clear, and I think they are trying to get ahead of a certain run rate for the Duck with Lewis if it comes into play. But considering we've only got four overs left, I don't think it will have an impact on this game. Robbo, dot ball. Right, 3 runs off the 4 balls of this over currently. And Robert digs it again. Trenchy. Of the bowling lines having to adjust to a new left-hander. Doing a good job here. Mild in the air. Over, Robbo. Right. A little. Oh, still up at required run rate up at 11. Current run rate at 5. These boys are good to go now. They're forced to on a wicket that's not so easy to hit. So it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out here. And we have got 4 overs left. Namibia, 207 for 5. Right, Arthur's finished his spell. So, who is Doug bringing on here? I think his plan is to take off the pace and bring on none other than Bertus Erasmus. Bertie will be bowling to his teammate from the Western Cape, Mr. Viljoen. These two know each other very well. Can Bertie outfox his teammate here from the Cape?
who is an extremely big hitter, but hitting to a big side of the field with some wind. Let's see who's got the upper edge here. Who's got the upper hand on the other one? Good battle. Good contest we are watching here. Right, Doug Marilia moved himself all the way out there as well. Looking to take the catch. Right, Bertie lining up. The wind picked up ferociously there for a second. Getting put in the right area. Oh, and he looks to Hoyt into the arch running in. Oh, they're going to contain it to one arch. Yes, and he does. Great fielding. Wherever you are in Zimbabwe, I know there's two people in Wedza, my fiance Isabel, and the whole man. How's it going out there? Hope you guys are getting some rain. I know Zimbabwe is very dry at the moment. So a big shout out to you guys, Bellboy, Malek, all those who have been watching. Village. I think we're in for an interesting finish to this game. Very exciting. It's all on the line here. And Bertie has got the ball in hand. What can go wrong? Right. Bertie lining up for a second ball, bowling to Big H. Oh, looks to be a good ball, taking the pace off it. Big H crunches it down to Robert. This left-hand, right-hand combo also going to be a bit of a menace in the field, but Zim are up for the challenge. You can see that fatigue hasn't quite set in. I think after the game we're going to have some weary bodies though. Oh, that's a good nut from Bertus Erasmus. All he can do is punch a single. 3 balls, 3 singles. It's a great start. Great over this from Bertie. Batsmen need to hit boundaries now. Not easy though, as we've said. Oh, straight into the slot. And has it got the legs? Seeger, strong. Oh, Siegs drops it on the boundary. Straight to him. Oh, that's exactly what Zim had set up. Went to plan. Unfortunately, Siegs put it down. You can see Siegs very annoyed with himself. But still, at the end of the day, it's just a single. It's exactly what Zim wants. So it's all happening here at the FCC. Right. Mr. Bullion back on strike. Oh, Bertie bloods it up. Oh, and he picks it up on the left. What he can do is just four singles. And he over here. Fielders again having to reshuffle as it's a lefty righty throughout the over. Bertie coming in for the final ball. What has he got in store? And he swings again, punches it straight to cover, and it's a dot ball. Those are magic at this point of the game. Bertie, cometh the man, cometh the hour. Jeez, what a great over. So, as we sit, 212 for 5. Required run rate 13 and over. Namibians are relaying that information to their batsmen out in the middle. 13 and over for Namibia. Gun rate at 5. 39 off 18 balls is the equation. And we have the big hitting Mr. Viljoen at the striker's end. Robbo taking his time, walking in, focusing on what he's going to be doing for the next 6 balls, which are pivotal as we sit here. Got 3 overs left. What can he pull out the bag? As you could see there, tennis ball bounce. That's all Robbo's got to do. Because you've got to get it connected properly on this wicket. Otherwise, it's not going to clear the boundary. Boundary riders are all poised for a catch as well. Dot ball though, more importantly. Oh, and he swings again. Great line and length from Robbo. Seems to have the upper hand on Mr. Viljoen. It's a great length. Getting comments here for me to tell the batsman to bat like a Rodox Oak, and that's what a Rodox guy would do. Straight to the fielder. Oh, and it's down again. Zimbabwe are not capitalizing on their catches. Mr. Farrell did have to run a fair distance in. Not easy to take those. Unfortunately, put it down, but it is a single nonetheless. Again, singles are invaluable at this point of the game. So Robbo bowling a very tidy line and length here. Can he adjust for the left-hander? Big Mr. H has to bowl a bit wider of the offside channel here. Mr. H loves it in the slot. See what he can deliver. Oh, he bowls in full P. Oh, great fielding from Mr. Farrell. Definitely saved a boundary there. It's great fielding, putting body on the line. Looks a bit sore getting up, but saved a definite boundary. Now is running to the boundary himself as they are left hand, right hand. Mr. Viljoen back on strike, the right hander. What can Robbo dish up? Oh, in the slot, and that's a big hit. Bertie! Oh, what a dive. Bertie, great effort on the boundary here. But just crept over the boundary for a 6. Very straight hit there from Mr. Viljoen. Can see his hitting ability coming into action there. But Robbo not afraid to lure him into a shot. 8 off the over. They do require 13. So if he can finish off strong, yeah, it's still a good over for the Zimbabweans. Oh no. And there is that hitting ability we have been well warned of. That is a massive 6. Right. What's the predicament here? What's the situation? 12.5 is required run rate now. 25 runs with 12 balls, people. Who would have thought it would have gone down to the wire like this? Great game. Namibians are playing out of their boots. The Zimbabweans are also playing with some great heart here. Can they finish it off? 2 batsmen, 2 big hitters at the crease. Bertie running back for another over. Everything on the line here. Can Bertie do it? The wind so strong keeps blowing the veils off. Oof. We're down to the wire here, people. Going to be a hectic finish. Can Zimbabwe pull this through? The umpire hasn't noticed that the veil has fallen off. Trenchard is now addressing it. Bertie lining up to Big H. Fielders set on the boundary. Sing into the wind, into big boundaries as well. Bertie just needs to put in the right. These batsmen can clear the boundary. Made that abundantly clear. Oh, what a ball. Big swing and miss from Big H. And they run for a bye. Right. Mr. Viljoen, who's hit 2 consecutive 6s in the last over, now on strike. Much bigger boundary and hitting into the wind here, though. Is he going to take it on? When he walks well outside off and hits it. Is it going? It's going and it's gone. He is doing the job, and that takes him to his 50. 53 of 38 balls. Well batted there, sir. Been a very well-structured innings this from Mr. Viljoen. We were warned of his hitting capabilities, and he is playing against his teammate from the Cape. So, interesting battle we have here. Came well outside off there, targeting Bertie, and got it on the full. Bertie can have to adjust his line. That's nowhere. Fielders can't see it. Arthur running around. Can he get to it? Oh, another boundary. I don't think the ball's easy to pick up with these overcast conditions. But jeez, what is that doing to the run rate? So the run rate?
Right, he's brought the run rate back dramatically. Required run rate now 9.33. Got a big contest, big tussle on our hands here. Bertie. Oh, that's a great nut, Bertie. Big effort ball there. Bertie has some choice words to say to his former teammate as well. Everyone in the moment there. Right. Dot ball. Very much needed. Mr. Viljoen stops the game to look at the field again. Bertie trundling in. Oh, and a bit of respect shown. Bertie effort ball. Big grimace there. Trundle through for the single. Clever batting here. 6, 4, 10, 12 off the over already. Big H on strike now. Field shuffles as the left-hander takes the crease. Bertie looking everyone in place. Alright, Bertie a bit flustered. Oh, great line of length. As that carried it out to our NPL player there. Robbo sets himself nicely. Takes the catch. That was a great setup. Heading into the wind there. It's exactly what they wanted. Great take there from Robbo. Made it look easy. Right, so now 238 for 6 in 44 overs. We have 1 over left and 13 runs required. 13 runs off 6 balls. And the man of the moment who's just taken a great catch out in the deep, none other than Robbo, called in to find the pit, bowl the 10 ultimate over. Oh, stuck to the wire, people. There's a lot of tension in the air. Namibian dugout all on their feet. They can't sit. The Zimbabweans are all focused. Bertie giving Robbo words of encouragement as he walks past. Everyone getting to their places. Mr. Viljoen on strike. And he has taken Zimbabwe to task in the last few overs. Striking, his strike rate currently sitting at 141. Structured this innings beautifully. Robbo in for the first ball. And he's hit that. Pulled it away for 6 off the first ball. Ooh. 7 runs from 5 balls. And the dangerous Viljoen still on strike. This is down to the wire. Robbo lining up again here. Outside off. Oh, yes. And he nicked him off. What a ball. Mr. Viljoen. Great sportsmanship. Didn't even look at the umpire. Knew he nicked it and walked straight away. Great sportsmanship there. But Robbo bowling a supreme ball there. Great line and length. Bit more bounce. Bit more effort. And carried through to Trenchard. Took it in the behind the stumps there. So 4 balls to go. And they still need 7 runs. Cheapers, everything to play for here, gents. The Zimbabwean team huddled there. 4 more balls to go. Can they pull it off? New batsman walking in here. This is going to be a great game here. Oof. Let's come in Zimbabwe. Can they pull this off? Right, just doing my bit for the team there. Rehydrating. Robbo. Oh, tucked him up nicely. They're going to try and go for the second here. Can Mark get it in properly? Oh, and they get the second. Is it a run out? Is it a run out? Umpire? No, not interested. Trenchard asking the question there. Down to the wire. Zimbabwe got to be disciplined here in the field, not giving anything away. I think they got to put the chokehold on these two new batsmen. What can Robbo conjure up here in the last three balls of this spectacular game here at the SCC? The new batsman, Conrad Jacobs, taking his time. Taking his time. Lot on the line here. Trenchy keeping his field focused. Oh, that's a great ball. And it's out! Robbo! What a ball outside off. Robbo does his jig. The wicket jig. We haven't seen it yet today. Straight to point. None other than Mr. Matt Townsend takes the catch. Matthew Townsend. Robbo taking a catch. Everyone arguing as to what it's with this match. But the equation's clear. 5 off 2. This is what you practice for. Someone bring me a Gorby, please. Cheapers. Robbo bowling a fantastic over here in the last over. And his teammates are backing him, taking the catches. Great spell. Great spell. Right. Mr. Francois walking out to the crease. Chatting to him on the sideline earlier. I believe he's represented Namibia in the national hockey side for the last 15 years and has decided to come across to veterans. So a lot on his shoulders for this final 2 balls. Can he take his team across the line? And likewise for Robbo. Can Robbo tie him up? Keep it restricted from making any runs. Quite an interesting field. The entire leg side on the boundary. And we got 3 quite tight in there on the offside. Robbo running it. Can Siegs keep it down to 1? Can Siegs keep it down to 1? And he does. Sends him back. And it's a run out, I believe. No, umpire's not interested again. But definitely the Zimbabweans are focused here. Right, we need 5 runs off the last ball. 4 runs off the last ball for them to win. No. Excuse my math. 4 runs off the last ball for Namibia to take this game. 3 to tie. It's all on the line. It is all on the line. What a great game. Get some great people from Namibia. And Robbo trundles in. And he fires it in at the stumps. Oh no. Has he hit it? Can Bertie stop it? Oh my God. Namibia win off the last ball. What a great cover drive. What a shot. He is going to be hailed as a hero. Well, that is that, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening and thank you for watching today. Namibia take this one by 1 run. That means ultimately Namibia will now face South Africa in the final and Zimbabwe will play in the 3rd and 4th playoff on Friday against the South African Invitational side. Well done to Namibia and a great effort from the boys. Well done, Zimbabwe. Thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Austin Corcoran out.